All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here, and welcome to the program. My guest is Mary Graber. She's the author of Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myths. She's a resident fellow at the Alexander Hamilton Institute for the Study of Western Civilization. She's the founder of the Dissident Professors Education Project. She taught at the college level for 20 years, most recently at Emory University. Her work has been published by The Federalist, Town Hall, Front Page Magazine, City Journal, American Greatness, and Academic Questions. Thank you so much for joining me today, Mary.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure.
You know, this your book about FDR is very timely right now, as President Trump has literally launched, I think, what is a revolutionary administration that's going to affect the future of our country in the coming many decades, if not the coming centuries, in a way similar to the way FDR had that same influence when he took office in 1933. So it's important to understand what he established, which in a sense parallels exactly what President Trump is trying to undo and recreate something new. So let's talk a little bit about FDR and his background and how that does not necessarily match up with the standard official history version that we're all taught in school.
Yeah, there are a lot of myths about Roosevelt, and you're correct. As a matter of fact, President Trump came out and said that they were going to shatter Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Excuse me, but yeah, there are a lot of these myths about Franklin Roosevelt that even conservative authors say that if his New Deal policies didn't work, he really meant well,
Mhm.
which I found out was not the truth, or that these were intended to just get us out of the depression. All the New Deal programs, the agricultural program, the NRA, the National Recovery Administration, the TVA, all the alphabet agencies. And I found out, by researching and focusing mostly on his pre-presidential years, that was not the case. The plan all along for Franklin Roosevelt was to establish this deep administrative state. And he made those aims pretty clear as a young state senator from New York when he gave a talk in Troy, New York in March of 1912, where he gave a little history lesson. He was not a good student at Harvard, but he
Mhm.
nonetheless felt himself capable of providing a history lesson at the People's Forum in Troy, New York, and said, while the founders were successful in establishing independence, but what they were really sort of groping towards was interdependence.
Mhm.
And that is the real aim of this country. And, what if that requires compulsion? Well, the government knows best. And, as an assistant secretary of labor, he wanted, mandatory military training, universal military training. He wanted, compulsory labor. He really liked what the New Deal stood for.
Right. And I think that also, don't forget that particular year. And of course, his uncle Teddy Roosevelt had been president. So he obviously, had ambitions as a young man. He became a part of the Wilson administration. Woodrow Wilson, that was a revolutionary administration in and of itself. It was the
Mhm.
first self-described socialist in the White House, who really changed the way we see ourselves in many ways. And in the case of Roosevelt, I think he became the Assistant Secretary of the Navy,
Right.
and he was a real war hawk, much more so than anyone else, when the United States really did not necessarily need to intervene and get involved in that particular foreign war, to the point where I think that the Secretary of the Navy, and his name escapes me, Josephus something. He,
Josephus Daniels.
thank you, Josephus Daniels.
Hmm.
He was out of town on a day when information came into the office indicating that there had been an incident with the German U-boats, and Roosevelt took the opportunity to embellish and fabricate and exaggerate this incident as a way to push the United States into war. Uh, did you come across that?
Yeah, I mean there were instances, where he defied what his boss Josephus Daniels wanted said, and even the president, and sort of hyped up the threat of the Germans. The incident in Mexico. He
Mm.
also implied that he was in charge of sending warships down there, telling reporters that there was going to be a war when, Wilson is, having talks and trying to avoid war. There was something about him, and I think I used the phrase, he had a lust for war.
Mm.
Um, of course, he never served, he never trained to serve, but he just seemed to like the thought of war. It is a very interesting psychological element of his personality.
Well, he happened to live in a townhouse in Manhattan that was next door to the Council on Foreign Relations, which was a think tank that was promoting international war at
Uh,
that time, and that was a counterpart to the British Royal Institute of International Affairs, or Chatham House, which were kind of working together to try to embroil the United States into this kind of Anglo-American internationalism. So I think that that was his orientation. He was truly maybe the first internationalist. And yet, when he ran for president, he ran as a nationalist, and he ran as more conservative than Herbert Hoover. My
yeah.
understanding is in that he actually was criticizing Hoover's government expansion at the time where he was trying to deal with the Depression and the stock market crash. And when he became president, and I think to his credit, we should note that one of his first acts, in a way similar to Trump, was that he ordered all executive cabinet offices and agencies to cut their budget by 5%, to freeze all salaries, and to put a halt on all hiring, under the understanding that if the rest of the country is dealing with a depression, why should our public sector be high on the hog?
Well, yes, he did cut $100 million from the salaries of federal workers. He also cut $400 million from the veterans. Okay, so you
Mm.
know where his priorities are. And you're right, it was a bait and switch campaign because, there was no end to how much money he was willing to spend and wanted to spend. And actually, one of his advisors, Bernard Baruch,
Hmm.
was the one who gave him the figure of cutting 400 million for veterans and 100 million for federal workers. So Bernard Baruch was the largest contributor to his 1932 presidential campaign. He had final say over his campaign speeches, and he was the one who told FDR to do that, and he did. He once he established himself, and I think he had other sources of funding as well. He did not take orders from Baruch, but
Right.
it's interesting how that came about, and it's also interesting in light of the fact that Roosevelt was presenting himself as a friend of the working man, of the common man, the
Hmm.
forgotten man, right? The
Right. So all that
1930s.
rhetoric, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But here he is with a Wall Street speculator, one of the richest men in the country, right? And doing his bidding. in exchange for his financial support.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the myths that I'm busting in my book,
Mm-hmm.
is the idea that he really that he was a traitor to his class. That's the title of H.W. Brands's book, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a phrase that was coined by Arthur Schlesinger.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's that gets into like in the Kennedy Johnson time. But Bernard Baruch also was one of the major figures during the Wilson war
Yes.
years, where
Mhm.
basically the Constitution was suspended,
Yes.
and we had an outright authoritarian regime that was engaging in open censorship, putting people in prison for speaking out, including Eugene V. Debs, the socialist candidate for president, and
Hmm.
and anyone who was a dissenter from the war, and that FDR also, and this is something that you could tell me if I'm really going out on a tin hat here and speculating, but when he gave his initial speeches, he talked about a national emergency and the need to have extraordinary powers in the presidency to deal with it, the national emergency being the Depression.
Hmm.
And that in his inaugural address in 1934, he basically and fairly explicitly said that he would be declaring a national emergency, and that a few weeks into his administration, he declared what's called the bank holiday, where all banks were closed.
Hmm.
Um, there was a lot of fear in the country at that time. I mean, there was
Hmm.
then some banks were liquidated and others were allowed to open limited. I don't know if people lost money. I recently read some letters written by my late grandmother, who was around at that time and who was a teenager, and she kept a diary, and she was like, everybody was frightened. Everybody was like,
Hmm.
what's going on here? This is It's
Oh,
like the country is moving to a dictatorship. You know,
really?
yeah, I mean, we should note that at that time, Hitler had declared a suspension of the German constitution after the Reichstag fire. And of course, you had Mussolini had already taken emergency powers in Italy, and you had Stalin, and you had others around the world where you had this kind of massive move toward a strong, hyper nationalist entities. And I think that FDR was cut of that cloth in the American context. It wasn't like Germany or Italy, but I think that he saw himself in that vein, but he was restrained by our way of life. I mean, he couldn't get away with that here.
Well, yes, he was restrained by the Constitution.
Yeah.
The other two branches of government, even though he tried to fight those. But it's interesting, about your grandmother's diary, because when you read most of the history books about, Franklin Roosevelt, what you read are excerpts from letters who are people who are thanking him, willing to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about the banking holiday, now the banks, in New York State, the banks were okay. Governor Lehman, who was the lieutenant governor under Franklin Roosevelt, was governor then. He did not want to close the banks. And Lehman, unlike FDR, knew about economics. He was a finance guy. But nonetheless, all the banks were closed, even the ones that were good, that,
Yeah, across
right?
the board, sure.
And also, along with that so-called bank holiday, nice, uh,
Good way
nice
to
way to
put it.
put it,
Yeah.
right? People were ordered to give up their gold.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There were lines. If you read the New York Times, it's so revealing. People were in fear. They're given like 2 days notice and told you need to hand in your gold by Thursday. Otherwise, you will face a $10,000 fine and 10 years in prison.
Oh boy.
Yeah, people were emptying out their, safe deposit boxes and banks. They were going through their jewelry boxes, like if they'd gotten gold coins as a Christmas present, they were bringing them in and waiting in line, and there were guards there. And I mean, that's what Lenin did, after the revolution, right? They took over the banks, and there was really no constitutional reason for FDR to do that. But what he did, he was very tricky. He went back. He recalled from his Assistant Secretary of the Navy days that there was a Trading with the Enemies Act that was instituted, and that prohibited the outflow of gold, and it gave the national government power over gold. But can you imagine that? I mean, the closest thing I come to imagining is what happened during COVID, when people were afraid of the government, and they did things that they would not normally do, wear masks, walk one way down the grocery store aisle.
Right. And it was all done under this hysteria that there was this disease that was, I mean, the original propaganda coming out of that was horrible. I mean, everybody was scared. I was scared. I mean, people that showed a young man dying with limbs falling off, I remember reading. And so, they created a hysteria. I think in the case of FDR, that hysteria was the Depression. I think I recall reading an article about the gold, seizing the gold, where he's sitting in his bed with a couple of advisors standing by, tinkering onto how much to value the gold. And it was valued in a way, obviously, that benefited the government. And so people got only a percentage of the value they were forced to accept in the form of basically fiat dollars. And so that led to in a way, somewhat of an economic contraction.
Yeah, exactly. Henry Morgenthau, I think he became Secretary of Treasury eventually, but his wealthy neighbor over in Hyde Park, was shocked because Roosevelt personally was determining the value of gold. Yes. And Henry Morgenthau gave him a figure, and Roosevelt's saying, "No, I don't like that. I want $21 and I don't know, something cents." And Henry Morgenthau says, "Why?" He said, "Well, it's 3 times 7, and 7 is a lucky number."
Yeah, and in a way that brings up another issue about Roosevelt, in that I get the sense that he was not quite as bright as people have always portrayed him. He was kind of like rather, a patrician, sort of a hail fellow, well met, didn't kind of a mediocre intellect. Mm-hmm. But just to touch again on this issue of the emergency, was it not under this guise of this emergency powers, where basically it declared war, it took war powers, but the enemy was the American people? Exactly. That it was under that extraordinary power that he was able to create all of these alphabet agencies, and that this same power has been ever since quietly renewed by Congress every 2 years.
Yeah, Congress did eventually assert themselves, the conservative Democrats and the Republicans. He tried to purge all the conservative Democrats during the primaries in 1938. Mm-hmm. But there's this sense that the president is it. He expresses the will of the people. The will of the people goes through him. He assumes to know what the people want and what's good for them. And that banking bill, it was amazing the way it was passed. It was like when Nancy Pelosi said we have to pass
it to find out what's in it.
Right. And Congress, the House passed a rolled up newspaper. It was like at midnight, and and it's an emergency session, and they're all, it's overwhelmingly Democratic, and all these congressmen are new, they don't know the ropes yet, and they feel this sense of emergency, and they're passing a rolled up newspaper because it was still being printed. And then, the Senate passed it 38 minutes later.
Right. And it was kind of the beginning of these big, confusing omnibus bills, which they don't have a chance to read them. It's like 1,000 pages. It's like the USA Patriot Act was that, where Biden had one, I think, with the so-called Inflation Reduction, which, of course, is one of these Orwellian names for a bill.
Right.
Also, when FDR met opposition from the Supreme Court, that's when he tried to pack the court, which was the most unpopular thing he ever did. I mean, I think that was opposed by all sides, and it was like a low point in his presidency.
Yeah, he overreached. He was, buoyed by the 1936 election, which he won overwhelmingly. I don't know how many states, went with him. I think it was over 40, and voted for him. And so he thought he had this mandate. And of course, he was going to take as much power as he possibly could until someone stopped him. I mean, that was in his nature. One of the accusations that was leveled at him at the time was that he wanted to be a dictator. And I believe that assessment is accurate. He had no sense of humility, as far as I can tell. He never admitted he made a mistake, and punished people who disagreed with him.
Right.
And, right.
He could be very vindictive toward anybody who defied him, and he was known for that, including Joseph P. Kennedy, ambassador to Great Britain, who was, in a sense, trying to keep the United States out of the war. So my guest is Mary Graber. The book is Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myth, available at Amazon and at major bookstores. So you had the situation of emergency powers and the alphabet agencies. I think that it's been said, and maybe with some justification, that some of that actually prevented the United States from becoming a communist country, particularly the CCC, which employed tens of thousands of unemployed men doing these massive projects, very much in line with the American project tradition going back to Henry Clay, the Whigs, the nationalist American position. I mean, it goes back to the Erie Canal. And right here in Boston, for example, where I live, the FDR administration, they created the Cape Cod Canal and the bridges over that canal in a matter of 3 years. It's actually amazing when I drive over that bridge to go to the Cape to visit my mother. I'm awestruck by how those bridges were built from 1933 to 1935. Today, those bridges would take 20 years. And he did it with this inexpensive labor of men taken basically off the street who might otherwise have contributed to a revolution.
Yeah. Well, I have mixed feelings about that. If there is any program, among those alphabet agencies that I think were good, I would say it's the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and it basically took young men and gave them work to do, because young men in times of desperation can be very dangerous. I mean, right.
Right.
And they weren't paid much, but they were paid, and they also got kind of pseudo-military training, which is always needed. He neglected the military up until about 1937 or 38.
Right.
But the other public works projects, the problem with those was that the wages were relatively high, and it excluded a lot of workers. So it was they were artificially high. And if you were lucky enough to get one of those jobs, it was good for you. But I think it distorted the economy. And and he was, and it was very divisive. I mean, he was a divisive president. His first inaugural address is extremely divisive, when he talks about the money changers in the temple and chasing them out, and the speculators, whereas he was doing that himself. But so very hypocritical. But these public works projects, could they have been done privately? I mean, I think the consensus of most economists, other than the Keynesians, is that Hoover began it. Hoover began tinkering, and so when you had the AAA program that was ordering farmers to plow under a third of their crops and to slaughter all the piglets, and they didn't even have the equipment to do that. That was kind of started by Hoover, with good intentions by Hoover. I think personality-wise, he was very different from FDR, the engineer.
Right.
And but I think the consensus of conservative historians, the relatively few who have written about FDR's New Deal, is that he should have left the economy to sort of bottom out. So what they did is they artificially raised wages. So Hoover started doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And also to go back to letting the economy sort of recover on its own. The same thing had happened in 1920 after World War I. There was a depression. Things were pretty much left alone. Wages decreased, prices decreased, but then it kind of found its own level. But what happens when you artificially raise wages? You force business owners to do that. They have to lay off people, and
it has like a unintended consequence. And I mean, the other big project was the TVA, the Tennessee Valley, which I think took some government involvement to pull off such a huge project. And it's one that actually, I think, still remains in place to this day. And then there was the Dust Bowl, that it required government intervention in that surface soil was being blown even up to Washington. It was on Roosevelt's desk. And the other one, of course, is the National Park Service. And a lot of, I think, good construction went into that. If you go to like the Shenandoah Valley Park and other parks, a lot of Depression era work was done. I don't know if it was the CDC or what. But I don't think that's all bad. I think that is, as I say, there is a certain American blueprint tradition that goes back to Henry Clay in that regard. Now, to bring things up to the eve of World War II, there have always been rumors that were actually articulated by Thomas Dewey in the campaign of 1944, that FDR had pre-knowledge of, and that he had instigated the attack on Pearl Harbor, in that there was a complete embargo on oil and other products to Japan, which they say might have forced Japan's hand in that. Do you have any research on that?
Yeah, there's no question about it. FDR wanted to get us into war. He wanted to help Great Britain. He also had a lifelong hatred of Germans and the Japanese. There was the Alien, I think it's called the Alien Exclusion Act or something in the 19-teens that prohibited, Japanese nationals from owning land. That led to riots. FDR wrote a column, I think it was in 1923 or 25, where he talked about the Japanese menace in California.
Right.
So yes, the encirclement, sort of cutting off this island nation from all its resources, was provocative. He did, Also, he sent someone in the Navy was going to send him off into the Philippines, knowing that, into Japanese enemy territory, basically on a suicide mission, hoping that the Japanese would attack. Admiral Richardson had told FDR, don't keep the fleet in Hawaii. They're vulnerable, And FDR said, well, I've got an election to win, 1940, and kept the fleet there. And, of course, fired Richardson or moved him to a different position and put Kimmel in his place. Mm-hmm. So did he know exactly on December 7th, on December 6th in the evening that, 3:00 in the morning of December
7th, 1941.
Right. Well, I think I think the telegram came in around 1:00 in the afternoon, and so it was in the early morning hours, the West Coast time. Did he know that it was going to happen exactly then? I don't know, but certainly it was not it could not have been a shock to him. And one of the first things he said, or the first thing he said immediately is, I'm ruined, or, about his own reputation. Forget the 3,000 men who died, right?
Right, exactly. It was a devastating attack. Even if he did know, I'm not sure he knew it was going to be that big an attack.
Right.
It really destroyed the Pacific Fleet, and it was what really was one of the most infamous events in American history, and did nothing like that up until of course, the attack on 9/11 of 2001. Now, FDR's administration was honeycombed with communists. That's something that has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Whittaker Chambers, who was one of the handlers of communists inside the FDR administration, including Alger Hiss, of course, Undersecretary of State, Harry Dexter White, Undersecretary of the Treasury, and several other people. Laughlin Curry, who was a chief legal counsel who actually lived in the White House, Harry Hopkins, a bunch of others. He warned the Roosevelt administration, mainly after the Hitler-Stalin Pact, because he could see that, we were heading into real danger at that time. He had a meeting with Adolph Burley, who was a close associate of FDR, and he warned him. And he said, please let the president do something about this. When Burley went in to talk to FDR about it, FDR told him, mind your effing business. And he did nothing. What was going on with that? Did he didn't certainly deny it, and he had these people literally living in the White House. I mean, these were high-level figures who were reporting to Stalin. What was going on with that?
It's very curious. He had this infatuation with Stalin, he wanted the two economic systems to sort of converge. He thought that through his personal charm, he could sort of persuade Stalin not to murder as many people or, send so many to the Gulag. But, the problem began with the recognition of the Soviet Union in 1933. But already But in 1932, he was meeting with Walter Duranty, the New York Times reporter who lied about the starvation of millions in the Ukraine, yes, and talking to him about giving Soviet Russia recognition, diplomatic recognition. And it had been tried by other countries, and they said, we can't do this. That, as soon as you open up the doors to these people, they send in spies, they sabotage your government. And so Roosevelt had warnings, a couple of journalists, that I think it was only maybe it was in August of that year, 1932, said, we've been there, we've seen what's going on. There is state-sponsored, famine. It's been engineered by Stalin, but FDR didn't care. I mean, like he said, mind your own effing business.
Mm-hmm.
That just shows complete indifference to.
Very amoral individual.
Yes.
Plus,
Yeah.
when his wife Eleanor brought up the lynching of black people in the South, he told her to stay out of it and mind her business. He didn't want to hear about it. Speaking of whom, talk about obsession with Stalin. She wrote "Dear Uncle Joe" as a column during the war. She seemed to have loved Stalin. I wonder if you know anything about her and her rather peculiar relationship with him.
Yeah, I don't know about her relationship with Stalin, but I
No,
do
her
know.
relationship with her husband.
Oh, her husband. Yeah. That was a political marriage. For the as he was growing up, Franklin Roosevelt admired Teddy Roosevelt. As a freshman at
Mhm.
Harvard, he had told this girl and her family that he was going to be president, and this was his goal.
I
And
see.
the path he would follow was the one Teddy Roosevelt had laid out. And she did not want to marry him or have anything to do with him. And he pursued some other girls, but then he came across his distant cousin Eleanor on a train. I think it was, she was about 16, he was 18, and he was with his mother, which was often the case. She was pretty domineering.
Yes.
And they married young, but he all his life he wanted to get in with that other side of the family. There was the Oyster Bay branch on Long Island, which was
Hmm.
Teddy Roosevelt, the Republicans, and then the Hudson River Roosevelts, the Democrats. Franklin's father was a Democrat, and he sought to be connected with that side of the family. And so it was a politically advantageous marriage. So when they were on their honeymoon in Europe, people didn't know who Franklin Roosevelt was, but they knew who Eleanor was. She was, Teddy Roosevelt's niece.
Right.
So, but he had no respect for her. She had grown up as pretty much an orphan after around the age of 10. Her mother, didn't treat her very well. Her father, Elliot Roosevelt, Teddy's brother, was an alcoholic and a drug addict and a womanizer, though she worshipped him. And so she was kind of shunted around with her two younger brothers between relatives and this kind of stern grandmother. So she came from a sad background and was flattered by the attention of Franklin, who, of course, had an opposite experience in growing up. He was an only child, doted on, treated like a young gentleman, and had everything he ever wanted.
Hmm.
And so I go into some of the things that he did to her, which were pretty cruel. But anyway, while he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, he carried on this long-term affair with Lucy Mercer, who was Eleanor's social secretary.
Right.
And Eleanor, and there was talk about it in Washington, so people would like whisper, and she sensed something was going on. But when he came back in I think it was 19 from his European tour of the battlefields, and he had been stricken with pneumonia and influenza. And so she was unpacking for him and came across these letters, and that marriage was destroyed at that point.
Right. Hmm.
And I think
And
it
was already with 5 children
Yeah, as one of I think it was James Roosevelt, one of the sons, said, there was always like this kind of warfare going on. They were sort of at a standstill, but you never knew.
Mhm.
There are
Right.
hostilities constantly between the two of them. It was pretty
Plus,
sad.
there were rumors about both of them having extramarital affairs, even during the White House years, and there was rumors of Eleanor having lesbian affairs, of FDR being a homosexual while at Harvard. They seem like, in a way, like the classic elite type people that just led a rather decadent and strange life.
Well, there was the scandal of homosexuality while he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and there was a hearing, but he got out of that, and there were several people who described him as being effeminate, um, and so I don't know.
Right. Okay.
What he did. And certainly, I've been to the FDR library, and Eleanor had built this cottage. I forget what it was called, but if you see the pictures of her friends, they're obviously, they're lesbians, and it was known, these were women living together in relationships.
Plus, there was the love letters with Lorena Hickox,
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah,
which were published, I think, in the 80s. But
yeah.
and they just were sort of decadent. It was very heavy drinking and smoking and who knows what else. And the atmosphere was I don't know, a bit debauchered in the hours.
Well, he
Now,
liked his cocktails, yes.
yeah. Now, at the end of FDR's life, um, he contacted Stalin because he had gotten a report that Stalin had held when he moved into Eastern Europe. He had held Americans as POW as prisoners.
Hmm.
He demanded that Stalin release those prisoners at once. That these were Americans and we were allies. Stalin sent him back a scathing letter saying, "Oh, how dare you preach to me when America? Look how you treated Native Americans in the last century," and this kind of thing. And at that time, also, I don't really exactly recall where I read this, but FDR was contacted by Churchill, who said, "Look, we have been betrayed. We have been had by Stalin at Yalta." Don't forget, at the Yalta conference, Roosevelt had Alger Hiss standing over his shoulder.
Right.
After that conference, Alger Hiss went to Moscow, where he received an award. And then he became undersecretary of the first Secretary General of the UN.
Hmm.
But to get back, I mean, Churchill warned him. He said, "Look, Stalin is going to be occupying Poland. He's not going to do anything that not going to keep any commitments, and that we basically have frittered away the victory against Hitler." And FDR became angry about it, and he became suddenly. It's like he became, to use an expression, red pilled. He's like, "I've been had. I thought that I could work with Stalin because of my great personality and charm, and
Hmm.
and I'm in big trouble now. And Stalin is screwing this country, and he's occupying Eastern Europe." And he began to start to speak about it. It was shortly after that he died.
Right.
Now, I'm not trying to weave a conspiracy theory here because I'm not saying I know this. No one does. But I kind of wonder, given the fact that the people around him, very close quarters, were pro-Stalin, including his chief lawyer Laughlin Curry and and his wife, frankly. I mean, I kind of wonder if something might have happened.
Um,
In other words,
like,
he might have been given. It might have been a hit.
oh, well, I haven't heard that. Franklin Roosevelt had health problems.
Sure. Oh yeah, no question.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because, I mean, even before he ran for his third term, he was having health problems,
Right.
with
And
the
they'll cover it up. Yeah.
high blood pressure and so forth. And his last year, I mean, it's kind of surprising that he lasted as long as he did. I mean, if you look at pictures from Yalta, I mean,
It looked terrible. It was all gaunt.
yeah,
But at the
yeah,
same time, it was a strenuous trip to go there for a man of his condition and age. And
right.
look, I mean, I think that it probably died of natural causes while visiting Lucy Mercer at Warm Springs, Georgia. But
Right.
I mean, I don't, it's just that if what has been said is true in terms of Churchill waking him up and like, we have to take action, we can't let this happen. There was a lot at stake in terms of the Soviet Union expanding into Eastern Europe and making sure that that went according to plan. And there were a lot of people around him in his administration who were pro-Soviet and who wanted to help that happen. It just seems like he might have been vulnerable to
Mm.
something like that. I mean, again, we'll never know. I don't think it's something that it's something we can only speculate about. But what we do know is that Stalin completely screwed over Roosevelt at Yalta. It was a terror, and he was said at the time. But he ended up occupying Eastern Europe as a result, which was the whole point of World War II in the first place, which was Poland was being occupied by Germany and Russia. So,
Yeah. Well, I don't think Roosevelt cared about Eastern Europe.
right.
He, when he made the deal in Tehran, for Poland, he was talking about, well, I've got to tell the Poles in the United States that, they're going to have a democratic government, just, kind of like what Obama did with Medvedev, where he was caught on tape saying, wait,
Yeah, right.
right,
We'll talk to Vladimir afterwards about this, right?
right. And, and I think, I don't think I'm from an Eastern European country. I was born in Slovenia, so it's kind of personal with me.
Right.
And, Churchill was a little more aware. I mean, that's why he wanted the Mediterranean campaign, and it was Stalin that was pushing for an attack on the Western Front. Anyone could have seen that, that this was, Stalin's goal, because he wanted to come in and take over Eastern Europe. And Churchill recognized that. Although, in the end, he settled for Greece and, keeping the Mediterranean open. And, the Eastern Europeans, they were just dispensable by the Western leaders. It was just like pieces on a chessboard. Just
the terrible betrayal of the whole principle of World War II. In a sense, Russia was left standing after the war. We defeated one side and not the other. The other one expanded, and that led to a horrible period of oppression and Cold War that continued right up to Reagan. So to sort of wrap things up, I want to look at the legacy of FDR in terms of the actual impact that he had on how we governed ourselves after his administration, what sort of changed, and in the context of what is happening right now with President Trump, who is sort of beginning to unravel some of what Trump accurately describes as the deep state that I think was established by FDR and by Truman. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, this idea of the brain trust, where you have these, supposedly really smart people, with Ivy League degrees, and they're going to, run these agencies that are going to be another branch of government that's actually going to have control over the other branches and taking power away from the people. through their elected officials. So, we've got this huge administrative state. And you just listen to some of these people who are being fired or, given these compensation packages. And it's like, how dare you, kick me out? Don't you know what I'm doing for you by having, drag shows in, Turkestan or wherever, that's what they need, we know this better than you do. And, just the arrogance of such people. I mean, Joseph Lash, you're talking about communists and Eleanor Roosevelt. He was a very close friend and was part of this front group that was a communist group, and she was just sort of taken in. But even he, in his book, admitted that these bureaucrats, these PhDs who worked in Washington, D.C., were making 2 to 3 times as much as they could make if they were teaching or had other jobs. I mean, and Washington exploded in size. It was a sleepy little town, but under the New Deal, you had all these, self-important people walking around, and that's, and it's only grown since then, and that's what Washington has become. And I think that was one of the reasons, there's been these proposals for, putting these offices in Wyoming or, someplace else.
President Trump wants to put like the Department of Agriculture in Wyoming, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Get it out of Washington. Why, it's this huge, it looks like ancient Rome. It's this massive government, and these people seem to have gotten awfully rich. These are public servants. Even like I noticed Samantha Powers, the head of the USAID. How is it that she's worth $18 million?
Oh, is she?
Yeah, apparently. I mean, working for AID, she didn't start out that way. This is true. Trump is saying he's going to investigate this. That Elizabeth Warren likes to talk about. The poor. She's worth, I think, about $10 million. On a teacher's salary. So these people have, besides being so arrogant and so out of touch, I mean, they've just profited immensely. Obama was given a book deal worth $10 million just to start running. I mean, in a way, it's sort of a hand washing the other, this whole rotten establishment where they just sort of help each other up the rat line, and they demonize everyone else, and they have no idea who they are or what they're doing. It's just it really is almost like what Professor Michael Glennon called the double government. He's being a professor he's not some conservative. He's a professor at the Fletcher School, and he's a former counsel to the U.S. Senate. So, I think that's what we're looking at now. They are so out of touch, so top heavy, and so filled with their own sense of importance. And that does reflect Roosevelt's personality. I mean, he almost had like a sense of like, not noblesse oblige, but, like divine right of kings, which is something that we got rid of when we kicked out George III, or the Chinese concept of the, the magic kingdom. I mean, the head of the Chinese dynasty, the mandate of heaven, they called it. Mm-hmm. It's really something that's not the American way. And I think that he set in motion a pattern that has continued up until now, that enough people are waking up. So it's very interesting to study who he was and what he did. I mean, it's not just politics either, or policy. It's personality. It's, you set the stage. The president does this. I mean, George Washington was very aware of that when he became president. He wanted to be careful how he was addressed, how he looked while riding a horse, what kind of suit he wore, how his hair was combed. Because he knew that he was setting a stage that every president following him would imitate to a certain degree, and they have. So FDR had that kind of impact on American politics, not just the presidency, but the entire, bureaucracy that has run the show since. And that's now being smashed, thank God.
Yeah, well, I hope it is smashed, because these people who are in these departments, they change the terminology. They change names. They switch people around. I was in academia, so I know that they're going to try every method that they can think of, behind the walls to keep doing what they've been doing and feeling very righteous about it. But that's what I'm trying to point out in my book is that, FDR thought of himself, or actually Edmund Wilson, the liberal journalist, said that he governed as if he were Lord of the nation. And I think, and that comment struck me. It's in a book called Upstate. And I thought, well, that's exactly right. And John Flynn had this book in 1940 titled Country Squire in the White House. But that view of Roosevelt, which I think is accurate, has been quashed by these historians. These historians in the interim have built up this myth that FDR was an advocate of the working man, of the forgotten man, when in fact he was the opposite. He was an elitist who felt that he was like the country squire who would tell every American, what their job was, where they should live, farmer, where he should plant his crops, what crops he should plant, even though he'd never farmed actually. So, that is who he really was.
It was like a feudal lord.
Yes, exactly.
Controlling the serfs and being very benevolent, but yet everyone had to be, basically subservient. So the book is Debunking FDR, The Man and the Myths. Mary Graber is the author. The book is available at all major bookstores, at Amazon or Barnes & Noble. Mary, what is this project that you're involved in? The dissident, professors. What are you're calling it? The Dissident Professor Education Project.
Yes, well, that was started back in 2011 when I was still teaching at Emory. And I was writing articles, people are aware now about critical race theory and DEI, but no one was really aware of that back then. They knew that professors were liberal, but they had no conception of what was really going on. And so I thought, well, I know what's going on because I'm right in the middle of it and I'm going to expose it. And I was writing articles and I had these adjunct positions, and when a department chair or the college president got wind of these columns, all of a sudden I had no more classes the following semester. So to teach after they'd been begging me. And so I was sending out my articles to a list, and I gotten a check for $500 from one of my readers. And I thought, wow, I'm going to have to really do something with this. So I set up a website, and I thought, well, I'll be a nonprofit so he can get the tax write-off and other people can. And then I got caught up in Obama's IRS.
Uh-oh. Yeah, well, that was the whole Lois Lerner business.
Yes. Yes.
Suddenly, all of a sudden, these new conservatives started to wake up and realize that they could do the stuff that was really only meant for liberals in terms of tax exemptions and nonprofit. Very, very bad news. Mary, so thank you for joining me. This is really a great talk, and I'd love to get in touch with some of the other authors and intellectuals in your group. But let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and website or anything else you'd like to share.
Sure. Yes. So my book is, published by Regnery. You can go there. You can go to Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place books are sold. You should be able to get it there. My website, if you want to see all my articles, I publish frequently. I've been publishing on FDR lately. It's marygrabar.com. Last name is Grabar. Sign up for my newsletter. I send out notices when I have things published or if I'm speaking someplace, and you can go to Dissident Prof,
Okay.
.com,
Wonderful.
and sign up for my newsletter and stay in touch. And that's how
Okay.
you can get in touch with me.
Dissidentprof.com. Mary Graber, again, thanks for joining me today. Really good talk. I really appreciate it.
Yes, it's been fun. Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. All right. Welcome aboard the program. Charles Moskowitz here at the new time of 7 p.m. Let me also go live on TikTok. I had one of my regular station was shut down, but they just I actually, for whatever reason, was able to do it at an older station. I don't know why. So here we are. Oh, good. I can actually get you on the picture. Um, anyway, Mike, let me just see if I can set this thing up. Okay. All good news. All good news. Amazing. I can't believe how well things are going in this country.
You're just walking on air here. I mean,
I think the whole country is, whether they want to admit it or not. I mean, everything is totally transformed.
yeah.
It's incredible. Today, RFK was confirmed. That is huge. That to me is probably the most important accomplishment yet in many ways. He is somebody who, maybe it's because I'm an old Massachusetts guy and I have nostalgic feelings about John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy growing up, following them and in a way idolizing them. RFK Jr. is a hearkening back to the great Kennedys and not the crummy Kennedys that came afterwards, starting with Ted. But it's a restoration of that whole family and their what they wanted to do, and at least the image of it, and in a way, the reality of it. He's I don't know if you heard his acceptance
Yes.
speech,
Yes.
but it was damn moving. It was really powerful. He really feels he's very idealistic, just like his father. He's has like a fervor to really accomplish this one thing, which he's worked on for decades as a lawyer and has done so successfully, suing drug companies, suing to clean the Hudson River, suing food manufacturers. He knows everything as much as anyone about what's going on. His book, The Real Anthony Fauci, laid out exactly what the pandemic was about. And having him in there is just an incredible opportunity. I've heard that Obama wanted to put him in, but Obama was told by the drug companies not to, so he didn't. It takes somebody like Trump
Yeah.
to actually go ahead and do the right thing. And now with Tulsi Gabbard in there, also a great, warrior, someone who's a lieutenant colonel who served in several wars and who wants peace in the world. And the last chip to fall is going to be Kash Patel. I understand that's happening early next week.
It looks like he's going to make it because Susan Collins is rumored to be voting in favor of him.
Good.
So, and the thing with RFK, all right, I may not agree with him on 100.0%
Right.
of everything, but good God, what was the alternative? Tony Fauci Jr. coming in again. It's just, it's so easy, and I hope people just look at it like this. In any of these moves that Trump's trying to make, if the Department of Education is so great, let's look at the performance of the kids. It's deteriorated essentially every year.
Mm.
If the current HHS, FDA, NIH, etc., is so great, why is the morbidity worse every single year?
I think that the country has gotten sicker every year for the past several decades. I trace it back to the introduction of fluoride in the water, which I think everyone now admits is a toxic metal, that you can get enough fluoride without putting it in the water to the degree that anybody should have it. And then from there, you ended up with seed oil. Since I've become aware of seed oil, which is highly toxic and which you can't digest it, I've been looking at labels, and it's in everything,
Oh yeah.
and it's very toxic. Anything like, you know, canola oil or palm oil. Palm oil has been linked with heart disease. Um, Other of these so-called vegetable oils, which they were originally sold as good, starting with margarine, that it's very toxic. The body can't digest it. And it has led, you can see a correlation coefficient between the introduction of those oils and the rise of obesity and heart disease and cancer and other ailments. And RFK knows this, and he has stated it. And I think he's going to go in there and kick ass and really get this stuff taken out of our diets for once and for all.
Yeah, it just, let's leave it at this. Just somebody take a different look at what's going on, because the current modality is not working. It's really that simple.
Right, exactly. Something has happened, and it's like anything else. You could look at, a train wreck, and you can say, what happened? Was it human error? Was it design flaw? Was it, the train was worn out? You do the research and you make corrections. Well, this is no different. I mean, the rise in these diseases and the sickening of the American population is not an accident. Now, maybe it was inadvertent. I doubt it, but maybe. Let's give benefit of the doubt. Either way, it has to be exposed and it has to be addressed, because we're all going to die. I mean, it's just, this is the most important function. So this is incredible news.
Well,
It
it is.
really,
And then let's delve a little deeper in this big pharma thing, in this sense. Before everybody just has this monolithic anti-big pharma situation, consider that what they're doing is just making the products that, quote, modern medicine thinks it needs. Here's a simple example. When you go to the doctor, they run blood, and you have a dozen parameters, 20 parameters. Somebody decided that cholesterol is bad, all right, which I don't agree with, but that's
right,
another
which
story.
is actually, I think, proven to be untrue. It's
Right, but here's the point, Chuck. So they got smart people at Big Pharma. They figure out a chemical to lower that blood marker. And I'm sure that if somebody wanted a chemical to raise that blood marker, they'd be able to come up with that. So I'm not sure per se that pharma is completely the enemy.
No, they have a role, but the problem is that they're corrupted by, these enormous profit margins,
Oh, of course.
and they're protected by immunity agreements with the federal government, particularly Congress,
Yeah.
and they are able to function unaccountably. Now, it's one thing for a company to be greedy that's selling toys. This is different. They're selling stuff that can kill you. They're
Yeah.
selling stuff that's dangerous. I'm not saying everything they market is bad. I think a lot of it's quite good. I understand that some of these, like this Ozempic, that sort of drugs, apparently are fine. They actually contribute more than just obesity, but they can reduce like the likelihood of heart disease and other things. So, I mean, obviously, it would be better if we dealt with the problem at its source, so you wouldn't have to take these injectables. Like, for example, as I say, reducing seed oil, reducing sugar, refined sugar, and everything. Does Dunkin' Donuts really need to put that much refined sugar in a donut? They could, if they cut back that sugar even by 10%, it would save a lot of calories, a lot of, obesity, and the food would taste just as good. Nobody would notice, right? A jelly donut would still be a jelly donut. I'm just saying, it's like they don't need to pump it up with everything, and they do it because it makes it more addictive, not because it makes it taste better. Sugar, refined sugar goes right into the bloodstream, and it gives you like a sugar high, right? which is unhealthy, and then you crash and you want
And
some
then you
more.
get sugar low.
That's right. And if you end up going like a gerbil on a wheel, and you're constantly keeping this thing going, and it's just a real physical rat race, and it takes a toll on a person, especially a younger person, because they're not fully developed yet physically. So these things are really bad. And I mean, RFK is a truth teller. He is going to really lay it out, and he's going to be in charge of the CDC, of the NIH, of all of this whole rotten, establishment. I understand that the CDC has said, the employees, that if he's confirmed, they're all going to resign. Good riddance.
Good, good.
Good riddance. Clean out that Augean stable. Clean out that rat's nest, and bring in, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough. These are revered medical figures before COVID, and they were truth tellers, and they paid a big price for that. These are courageous people, and they are highly qualified to do the right thing. I think that's what RFK is going to do. He's going to clean out the Walensky's and the Fauci's and these corrupt people who are making money hand and fist and who are part of this international order.
Well, if you look at the work that's being done by the NIH, and of course, what you're going to hear in upcoming weeks is, oh no, you can't cut money from this vital medical research. But as I put it with the Defense Department, when's the last time you won a war? When's the last time?
Well, first of all, it's a lot of bull crap anyway, because the fact is that, when they hear this propaganda from like on MSNBC and from people I know, oh, USAID is going to hurt humanitarian. That's bull crap, because maybe 10% of their money is going to the original mission, which is important. That's what our JFK signed into law. And RFK mentioned this during his acceptance. That's not being interrupted. That's gone directly under the auspices of the State Department, and that is going to continue. The problem is the 90% of that organization is supporting radical causes, radical political figures around the world. They're supporting regime change and revolution in this country, not to mention Hamas, Afghanistan, the Taliban, the Syrian ISIS group. I mean, what? That's taxpayer money. Not to mention the fact that in this country, they're behind the lawfare against President Trump. They had, Operation Mockingbird media people love to see the names published of who got, checks from them in this country. That's interfering in our free press to promote fake news and propaganda. It's it's the biggest scandal I think that we've seen in the past decades, and that's only the beginning. Wait till they open the door to the Department of Education. I wish the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld were alive to see this. He's like dancing in heaven. I mean, we never thought this could happen. They're going to open the hood on that one, and you're going to find who was getting education checks.
Well, I have to give compliments to Blumenthal, who I never met, although I saw some of the videos, and of course I know about him from you. He was very, very perceptive early on.
Yeah.
To see what was going on, because back in those days it was nowhere near as bad as it is.
No. He predicted critical race theory and DEI, which wasn't even happening when he was on the scene. Not to mention the sex change operations.
Yeah,
you see that USAID. I mean, talk about that, funding tens of millions of dollars to do sex change operations on mice. Putting aside the hideously cruel thing, activity. I mean, what do we need to know that? Well, it's like this is. It seems like the main things they poured money into was sex change, legitimizing it, open borders, pouring money into the coffers of people coming in, and which, by the way, was done by just about every agency under Biden, diverting funds to help illegal aliens. And also revolution abroad, regime change, in places like Ukraine, which is now was on the brink of World War III. They sent money into Israel to defeat Netanyahu and get activists on the street. I mean, who knows what else?
Well, I mean, it's about time. And of course, it raises another point that there should be sunsetting laws on every agency. All right, maybe JFK started this thing with good intentions, but to let it go for 60 years unabated, who's minding the store? That's the problem with all of this.
Well, I mean, yeah, and the big problem, the reason why they've been busted and what started the ball rolling is that not only did they refuse to turn over their budget to the new Secretary of State, Rubio, who then proceeded to shut the door down and take away the building, and he just locked.
How did they think that was going to work? I mean, imagine how arrogant you have to be to go to the cabinet secretary
who has oversight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a rogue agency. I mean, I can't wait till Kash Patel gets his hand on the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I mean, they were going to build a new headquarters that was going to be as big as the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think that they really were about to talk about constitutional crisis. I think they were poised to completely seize everything. John Kerry actually was on record as saying, wait till after the election so we can take care of the First Amendment. I mean, they were really ready to completely launch this, complete control. And it's miraculous that they failed. They tried the censorship, it didn't work. They tried to shoot Trump, it didn't work. They tried to bankrupt him, they tried to jail him for 100 years. It's amazing. I mean, I can't believe what kind of a man he is to go through that and come out in such a good state. I mean, I was having a nervous breakdown and I'm not even going through it. And he just is, it's like incredible, the internal strength.
I think what kind of happened to him was he sort of got ultimately pissed off. So wait a minute, they're not going to do this to me. They're a bunch of lightweights. He's a titan of industry, and these are bureaucrats. So right there, it's a mismatch. True, they have a lot of resources, but they just didn't have the cojones to actually do it. They could hide behind.
I think they tried to do it with both fists.
Yeah.
I mean, concocting these crazy charges, and they were just continuing on from the perfect phone call impeachment and from the Mueller report. I mean, it's just, and now it seems like it's all over.
It is, but if you think about it, they were just a bunch of weasels.
Always, yeah.
If you look
they meant business. I think they did want to try to kill Trump, and they may still do it, but it's too late now because his government. I mean, he's crossed the finish line. Even God forbid if something happens to Donald Trump, it's too late. Everything is in motion now. The government is being completely audited. There's even talk about auditing the Fed and putting Ron Paul in charge. Can you imagine that? Incredible.
I'd like to see that.
Oh my God. I mean, they've been, the Pentagon. I mean, Steve Bannon actually brought this up. You got to listen to his show because he knows what's the score. I mean, he's on the phone with Trump. He's talking to people. He knows what's going on. He did a show saying, look, in order for President Trump to do this, he has to, and his people have to cross the Potomac and go to the Pentagon and clean it up. We're talking about an agency that gets $850 billion a year. And the next day, Trump announced that that's exactly what they were going to do. I think he's listening to Bannon. And
Can you imagine how much waste they're going to find at the Pentagon?
I mean, just the low-hanging fruit. Already, they've gotten rid of the DEI programs and the all this crap that was put in by that traitorous chief of staff, the white rage crap. They're already pulling all that out. And yeah, I mean, that is a deep one. We remember Donald Rumsfeld 2 days before 9/11 giving a press conference where he said, "We seem to have lost $3.5 trillion not accounted for." 2 days later, you had 9/11, and the Pentagon was hit by a plane that happened to destroy those offices. Putting that aside, it's a huge, a boondoggle. I mean, it's to clean that thing up, and it's going to take years. It's not going to happen overnight, but so far so good. At least they're finally going to attempt it, and there's going to be audits of all these agencies. Elizabeth Warren's house has been shut down. The consumer protection. You should see the way she's crying about it. I mean, whatever good they did, that's going to be absorbed by some other office.
Yeah.
They probably 10-20% of what they did was fine. Maybe checking up on credit, shyster credit cards. But, who knows what was going through them? I mean, these things are all just rackets. I mean, the amount of money that ended up in people's pockets. And recently, I saw a comment by Tucker Carlson. He's vacationing in some rich Swiss Alps resort and getting around. And he said, there are people walking around here. Most of them are Ukrainians, and they are rich. We're talking like, unbelievable wealth. That's where all that money went.
Yeah.
Zelensky says, I don't know where $100 billion went. It went into the pockets of all these corrupt oligarchs, and maybe we'll get to the bottom of how much of it was slipped off the fingers and ended up in the pockets of these hacks, both Democrat and Republican, in Congress and in government. A lot of it did, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling, but, give me a prediction here. What's going to be the reaction, and how is it going to change going down the road with the liberals, CNN, and so on? I mean, right now, they're saying things like, well, Musk has made a lot of charges, but he has no evidence.
There's tons of evidence. That's bullcrap.
Yeah, I understand. So is there ever going to be a point where they can just accept it and say, hey, folks, we've been ripped off for the last 50 years?
That's a great question because they haven't gotten it yet. They're even worse. I mean, Bill Maher had on, Chris Hayes from MSNBC. What was his big cause? Parents should have the right to sex change their children.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't learned anything. Don't they know how unpopular that is, even amongst most liberals? I mean, this is what they're going to hang their hat on. I mean, it's they have not really taken in the fact that they have lost and that they're losing even more. A recent poll shows that 48% of Black men admire Trump and support him now. I mean, they're not going to get that back. Those are big numbers.
And let me say this. I suspect that there's a higher percentage of Black women that support Trump, but, like liberal Jews, they may be afraid to say it out loud.
Right. That's right. And it's growing. And, the more they dig in, I mean, I don't know how Rachel Maddow, I mean, I have to watch these things once in a while. They're like, we're going to impeach Elon Musk. First of all, how stupid are they? He doesn't hold an office. He's a consultant. He's he hasn't been put in office. He can't be impeached. And I think that some of these radical judges that are making these aggravating decisions.
Oh, they've already have articles of impeachment over this McConnell guy.
Yeah, and I think that that's not going to work because, I mean, first of all, Judge O'Toole in Boston has thrown out, he's stopped it because he's got some integrity. And he's like, we don't have any standing here. And I heard it suggested by Jeff Cooner, who's an excellent talk show host. He and whom Trump listens to, and people listen to his show in Boston. He says that Trump just needs to ignore these decisions and send them a letter maybe and say, these are not valid decisions because they interfere with the basic and constitutional function of the executive branch.
Right.
And we're not, and that's been done. I mean, Biden himself did it. He ignored a decision by a federal judge to not hand out student loan payments, right? It goes back in history. Jefferson did it. That's what Marbury versus Madison was all about. The first case that really established the Supreme Court, that Jefferson fired, or Madison, his Secretary of State, fired Marbury and a group of other people who were appointed by Adams because they wanted their own people. It was a new administration. And so Marbury sued, and the Supreme Court said, hey, the executive branch has the power to do this. And, you can't interfere with that. I mean, they can fire and hire anyone they want. Andrew Jackson notoriously did it, not in a good way, but he ignored the decision about stopping the Trail of Tears that was done by Marshall. I'm not saying I support that, but the point is that he invoked executive authority. These are executive decisions. Lincoln did it by ignoring Dred Scott. This isn't new. They don't have to suddenly, fall down and agree with anything that, especially not the Supreme Court, but some district judge. I believe there was a ruling, and I need to get the number, in the 1880s that explicitly said that federal judges in districts and in appeals courts do not have the right to interfere in executive functions that are perfectly constitutional. Now, if the executive does something unconstitutional, that's one thing, but firing people is perfectly in their purview. I mean, can you imagine this judge saying that the Treasury Department can't look at their own files?
Huh.
It's insane. They have to ignore that. I mean, that's just
you're right, and they have to ignore it. And remember, Marbury versus Madison had to do with at least an action, a specific law, and the concept of judicial review.
right.
But it's a pretty far stretch to apply this to someone just doing their normal job.
That's right. I mean, these are normal functions that any chief executive has. I mean, hiring and firing is is a basic function. I mean, they can't interfere with that. So I don't think they're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to start to crumble. Just before coming on, I saw Bill O'Reilly once in a while does an interesting commentary. He says that Trump is going to take out Letitia James and Alvin Bragg. He said that Mayor Adams has the goods in them and he's going to deliver it. And they're now going to be the hunted instead of the hunters.
I figured there was something behind it because you remember that Pam Bondi, that was like the first thing she did.
Yeah. She announced that New York is, if they violate the federal laws with regard to, tipping off criminals so they can escape, there's going to be consequences. I hope she has the guts to do it. Maybe I'm prejudiced because she's an attractive woman. I think, is she tough enough? We'll see. But if she does it, then it's going to be amazing.
Well, it'll really be amazing because that was sort of the forefront of the lawfare, that you could get some hack state attorney general and some hack local district attorney to come up with these absurd cases. And
well, they can do it because it's such a rotten borough, to use the Irish expression, right? They've got a left-wing attorney general. They've got a left-wing district attorney, both supported by George Soros, who, by the way, got $250 million in USAID money.
Yeah.
And they've got a corrupt jury of left-wingers in the Upper East Side. They can have anything they want. I mean, they can, indict anything. I mean, because they've got all the system in New York controlled. And you had Mayor Adams make some mild comments criticizing the migrants coming in and sucking up all the city's resources. And shortly after that, he's indicted. This is how they played ball. Governor Healy of Massachusetts, Maura Healy, left wing as they can come. She said something about this. She goes, we're not going to continue this. We're going to have to end these subsidies by this date. 2 days later, the Boston Globe did a hit piece on her.
Right.
I'm just saying, but it's not working. They're doing,
Let me ask you this.
old way of doing things.
What is their dog in the fight? Okay, if they're willing to take out a fellow super left winger like Healy, what, they're going to die on the hill of illegal immigration and transgender surgery? Okay, but
it seems
what
to be.
is the point? Is it that their minds are so corrupted that they've gone over so far to the dark side that's just what, I mean, was it Darth Vader now? It's completely taken over by this negative influence.
There's a secretive cabal that runs the world, I think. I think the John Birch Society was right, that it's been around, probably going all the way back to ancient Babylon, but it's here. It's become very predominant. What they do is not rational. They want to merge the United States into a world order, like as a providence. Franklin Roosevelt, I just did an interview with an author who wrote a book about him. Very good interview, Mary Graybar. It's up on my Rumble station. That he talked about convergence, and that he got this idea from the head of the Ford Foundation, Gaither. What was his name? Rowan Gaither, who testified about it to the Reese Committee, where he said that the goal of the international establishment is convergence. This is what the FDR administration was all about. What that meant was that the United States would be moved enough to the left and the Soviet Union would be moved enough to the right that they would meet each other midway and converge and become a world order. And that the way to move the U.S. to the left was to transfer governing powers to these unelected, unaccountable, faceless, often international and not even American bureaucracies. Now, I don't know if you got to see Elon Musk's talk in the Oval Office. Did you see that?
Well, he had a couple of them.
Well, very recently. And he laid it out in terms of exactly what they're doing. He said there are two prongs here. The first is the restoration of what he calls democracy. Now, I don't know, use the word, it's used in different ways, but he says it's a restoration of democracy versus bureaucracy, which is what we're being run by now.
Yeah.
The unelected, and he said it, these are unelected bureaucrats who are not accountable to the American people. They're not elected. We don't know who they are. And they have been transferred governing powers, and they're using that to push their own immoral, satanic agenda. And they're using it. And then the second piece, he said, is the amount of money that is being expropriated from the American people directly and indirectly to fund this whole mess. It's astronomical. Yeah. I mean, there's trillions of dollars, flying out the door. I mean, every single agency has been corrupted, not just by the migrants. The Social Security Administration is spending, what did they say, $50 billion a year on people who are over 110. How likely is that? Right? Obviously, that's fraud. Now, I'm not saying there might not be a few of them, but there has to be an investigation. And Musk has these young whippersnapper computer whiz guys who know how to do it. They're being criticized, big balls, whatever. But they know how to do this. I know they know how to do it. My daughter knows some of these people. I mean, they understand how to go into a computer and how to use AI and other imagery. One of these guys that Musk just hired, he's 21 years old. He just deciphered some ancient texts that nobody could even figure out by using a combination of AI and image technologies and other methodologies, and he was able to crack the code of this ancient Sumerian
He was from
papyrus.
Nebraska, but yeah, and somehow Musk found a number of these people,
Yeah, they're
and they
brilliant.
put up a website that already, I mean, if you compare it to the Obamacare website, it took months and months and months. This thing was up in what, 2 weeks?
Oh, but I mean, these guys are going to be able to go into the Social Security system and crack it very quickly and find out exactly who is doing what and who's scamming that system. It'll be not only will it be a saving of probably hundreds of billions of dollars, which will secure Social Security, which could go back into the Treasury, but they could do this with every single agency. I can't believe this is happening. It's incredible. I mean, they discovered that the pension, they can't lay people off too quickly because the pension system is being stored on paper in the bottom of a mountain in Virginia.
Yeah.
You know, it's all by hand. So it takes us, you know, they're going to put that thing, they're going to modernize that very quickly and systematize it and use AI in a good way and get this thing done. You know, it's unbelievable. It's no wonder their heads are blowing up over Musk.
Well, remember, Chuck, it had to be headed up by some guy that was an outsider. Because what's in it for a career politician to try to break down the system? And for that matter, what's in it for toadies like George W. Bush?
Oh,
his
yeah.
father?
They did nothing. I mean, they were just functionaries.
Yeah.
We haven't had a real president actually since FDR in a negative way, but at least, you know, he wanted to make changes. This is, you know, and Trump now knows how to do it. You know, Trump 2.0. He's not part of this rotten, illuminated establishment. And I don't see how they're going to stop it now. You know, he's moving. Every day is like Christmas morning. You know, you're waiting to open up the next package. It's unbelievable every time. I mean, I can't wait till tomorrow to see what he does next.
Well, go back to my earlier question. At what point are the rats going to start jumping off the sinking ship here?
Well, now that Judge O'Toole has lifted the ban on the payout, you know, the offer, I think it's up to 75,000, and it's growing, and a lot of people are going to take that.
Okay, I guess the rats I was referring to
are the big ones.
Is the Rachel Maddows of the world and the apologists.
Well, I mean, Trump is routing them out on a high level. I mean, he's gotten rid of these corrupt inspector generals who have turned a blind eye for 4 years, 8 years on corruption. He's going to put in his own people. He's getting rid of the U.S. attorneys who are then coming in. Even here in Boston, we've got what's her name, Leah Foley. She's a Trump person. She's taking over that office, and she's kicking ass. She's getting rid of all of these leftover hacks, and she's like, hey, if this state is going to try some bullcrap about, you know, letting you know, migrants off the hook by alerting them, they're going to go to jail. We're going to prosecute them, and she means it, and so doesn't Bondi. You know, they're not going to. This is bad stuff. You can't do that. I mean, there's an FBI agent named Zip Connolly who is in prison now. He's been in prison for probably 20 years because he tipped off Whitey Bulger during that scandal. He was an FBI agent.
Yeah.
These people, this is what's happening. Apparently there was they think it was FBI agents who tipped off that Venezuelan gang, Tren El Agua in Denver. So when ICE showed up, there was no one there. That is a major crime. And if they can rout them out, they're going to go to prison for a long time.
I think they know who it was,
Yeah.
but they're not publicizing it. I'm just waiting for the inevitable video of not so much a bad FBI guy, but some so-called do-gooder who gets busted, and the tearful, well, I wouldn't try to hurt anybody. And, yeah.
Well, first of all, you're putting those ICE agents in direct danger. You know, I mean, they could walk into an ambush. You know, that's dangerous. Those are major crimes.
Oh,
you can't do that.
Agree.
And as far as people who are defrauding Social Security by collecting after their mother or father died, I mean, that's obviously what's going on here. They keep the name up and they keep the bank account up and they continue to collect it to the tune of $100 billion. I mean, I don't think that those people should go to jail. I think two things should happen. First of all, they have to stop the check. Secondly, there has to be a clawback, figure out how much they took and just have, go in and pull it back and put it back into the Social Security Trust Fund where it belongs. So, there are definitely things that can be done to claw back all this money that's been ripped off for these crazy, that's just outright fraud, but also these absolutely insane stuff for sex change and who knows what else.
Very exciting times.
Yes, indeed.
And who would have thought that this could even have happened? And let's be honest, you couldn't have even done it without very recent technology that would allow you to crawl into these databases and be able to pull out what you want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all, and you have people there, as we said, these young guys that are being so criticized, interestingly, they are going in, they know how to do this. They grew up with it. I mean, these are people who were handling computers when they were like 3 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people like this. I mean, it's second nature. And I think that the establishment is flipping out. I mean, there's talk about, I think that I heard J.D. Vance say that, how is it that people got so rich on government salaries? How is it that Elizabeth Warren is worth $18 million, right? How is it that, Pelosi, we know how corrupt she is, but I mean, a lot of people have done very well. Where did they get the money? It's time to do a full audit to find out exactly how this happened, because this is classic corruption. I don't know how they thought they could get away with it. They just never thought it would stop.
Well, they figured they'd get away with it because everybody else was doing it. And they didn't conceptualize the idea that through AI and other masterful computer technology, you could go in to just a ginormous, infinitely large amount of data and find what you need to find. So,
I think that they just thought that they'd always have these things protected, and they just lived high, and they kind of, it became an institutional corruption. They just didn't think they'd ever, they became somnambulent. They just, they were completely asleep. They just, USAID gave what, $3 million for Chelsea Clinton's wedding, and $10 million so she could buy a mansion. I think Malia Obama got a couple of $1 million. What the hell is that? I mean, this is pure corruption. They should all be in jail. We should have that clawed back to the taxpayer. I mean, this is what they're doing. The USAID is a particularly bad rat's nest. It's just a slush fund. It's almost like, it's like a mob group. I mean, it's just bad.
Well, let me contrast two images for you, okay? You remember in the early 1970s when the ambassador to South Vietnam was being evacuated off the roof of the embassy.
Yeah.
Horrible image.
Right.
Now, a couple of days ago, when some workman is taking down the lettering of the name U.S. Agency for International Development.
That was beautiful.
And I thought, wow.
Oh, yeah, that was I watched that one. And meanwhile, Trump is doing incredible things in a positive sense around the world. He's going to be getting, there's not going to be a World War III in Ukraine. He's on the phone with both Zelensky and Putin. And I think he's going to work out a deal.
Yeah.
And I think that Pete Hegseth meeting in Brussels, he's kind of tipped the hand about we can expect, that Ukraine will not be joining NATO, that they will have to give up provinces on their border, and that Europe is going to fit the bill for Ukrainian defense. That's what it's going to look like. Same thing with Israel. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but he has said that if the Hamas doesn't release the rest of the hostages by Saturday, all hell is going to break loose. I think what's going to happen is they're probably going to resume release slowly, and that'll eventually they'll get them out. But I don't know if Trump is going to evacuate them all. I don't think that's realistic. But the fact that he has brought it up and made it into a normal part of the discussion is huge, because that would have been unthinkable to suggest that even like a few months ago. But yet, I think that it's a case that has to be made. And next month he's going to make an announcement about the West Bank. So, I mean, to me, it's all good stuff.
It's all good. It's all exciting because you remember a couple of years ago, well, more than a couple. It was during Trump's first term, where he moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
Oh yeah,
this was going to be the end of the world and terrible.
And all these disgraceful Jewish rabbis and left-wing Jewish leaders took out a full-page ad in the New York Times condemning it. Can you imagine that? Because it's going to destroy world peace.
Absolutely nothing. Okay.
Yes.
So
no, what happened was other countries started moving their embassies to Jerusalem. Is what happened. It was a positive thing, and then which was followed by the Abraham Accords, where arch enemies of Israel normalized relations, moved their embassy to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, and that included, several Arab and Muslim countries, Kosovo, United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Chad, I think a couple of African countries. That's going to continue. I think that Trump's going to get Saudi Arabia to normalize. These things are all amazing. It would have been unthinkable. If Trump had been allowed to serve his second term, it would have probably resulted in some kind of a peace agreement for the Palestinian Arabs. Maybe both sides would have been unhappy, but it would have happened. And it's going to take somebody like Trump to kind of wade through that mess. I mean, it's an incredible thing to watch.
Well, tell me this, because you're right in the heart of it. All these liberals in Brookline, Massachusetts, that you see every day at the grocery store, are they starting to get red-pilled a little bit?
I think some of them are, even though they're kicking and screaming. But yes, I think that some of them are. I think some of the younger people are. I mean, like people my daughter's age. I mean, I think they are getting red-pilled. The old lefties, they're not going to, that's just hard. I mean, they'll goose step right into the grave. Who cares? So, but I think they are. I think if Trump continues on this path, it's going to be undeniable that he's achieving a lot and a lot of successes, and they just aren't going to be able to hold on to that any longer. I think it's going to erode. I think that we've seen with his election a very, very profound change in this country that's going to continue for the next 50 to 100 years.
So many ways, because you're already preparing yourself. These stupid left-wing historians that will forever rate Trump as one of the, quote, worst presidents. It's like, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. You got like Robert Mitchum or one of these guys that just inveterate Trump haters. But, it can happen. I equate it to Andrew Jackson's election. Even though I'm a great admirer of John Quincy Adams, and I've read some of his papers, great man, Jackson's election changed everything. And 5 or 6 presidents that followed him were his proteges, and they continued those changes, including James K. Polk, who won the Mexican War, and he secured the Oregon border. Very, very successful. He served one term, total Jacksonian, kept the bank out, kept the currency even, and several other people like that, a couple of weak ones too, like James Buchanan. But nevertheless, his legacy continued right up through, and it profoundly changed this country.
Was James Buchanan actually the first gay president?
Who knows? I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's what they said. He was a bachelor, and they referred to the vice president as a queen.
Yeah.
So it's probably true. But he was a protege of Jackson, as was Franklin Pierce, as was Andrew Johnson, as was of course Martin Van Buren. They were all proteges of Jackson, and they all moved the ball forward in a lot of ways, and they've all been marginalized by historians. Who cares?
Now, why was Pierce especially so maligned?
Why would he do what?
Why was he so maligned by historians?
I think he was. He actually had some problems in the White House. I think that under his administration, you had the Fugitive Slave Act.
Yeah,
There was some, and the country was coming apart in his time. I think that probably he just didn't have much of strength. I mean, he didn't really, and same thing with Buchanan. I mean, they just kind of, they kind of just drifted. They didn't really show leadership, at a time when the country was really coming apart. And then, of course, Lincoln came in, and that was another huge change in terms of how the country governed itself, for better or for worse.
Well, as I recall, and you're more of an expert on this, I think the thing that cemented Pierce on the bad list of the historians was that when the Civil War broke out, he wrote an editorial, I believe in the New York Times, savagely attacking Lincoln. And that was not a good PR move for him.
No, and also his people started showing up at his house in New Hampshire and throwing garbage at him and screaming at him.
Yeah.
And he came out and he gave an impassioned speech saying, "Look, we're all going through a hard time. We should try to hold it together as Americans." This was after he was out of office.
Yeah.
But he is somewhat of a tragic figure. I think that their son was killed in a horrible accident on the
As I
train.
recall, Chuck, it was a train ride on the very way to take occupancy of the White House when he first got elected.
Yeah, his son, he was beheaded. and It was horrible. And his wife went into a major depression. He had some personal problems.
Yeah.
He was a drinker. He just had some, it just was a weak presidency. That's the way it goes. I mean, my book, Assassination in America, looks at things like what happened to Zachary Taylor, which was very questionable, and also William Henry Harrison. There are questions about why it is that they died the way they did. There were two schools of thought, both of which were legitimate in a way. You had the Jacksonians, who wanted to really be populist. They were kind of like the Trump of their time, Jackson.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you had the American system that eventually would be embraced by Lincoln, which wanted to have a strong central government that would do infrastructure jobs, create canals, national roads crossing states. They were for high tariffs so they could protect American industry and labor. They were for the bank, but they weren't for the bank as it is now with the Federal Reserve. They wanted the bank to be more like the land bank that was set up in Massachusetts Bay Colony, which would be owned by the government, and the profits would go toward the government so people wouldn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more of a direct kind of a bank. And both sides had their points. Both sides were legitimate. It's not one side good, the other side bad. The balance between the two is what made this country dynamic in many ways. I mean, I just did the show about FDR. He was bad in that he was an internationalist and a warmonger, and he was, in that way, he was, but at the same time, he did embrace certain of the Whig ideas in terms of like developing infrastructure, tariffs. Some of these agencies were not bad. They did major work in this country, like the CCC, mean, they built the Cape Cod Canal and the bridges in 3 years. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You know, I drive over that bridge going to the Cape to visit my mother, and I'm always amazed. 1933 to 1935, that it would have taken 20 years to build that bridge today. It would have cost a fortune. FDR did it quickly because he marshaled the forces. He took thousands of men off the streets who might otherwise have become communists, and he put them to work at low wages, but, you know, he gave them an experience. These are young, unemployed men. So, you know, it's not all bad. I mean, there's some good things there too.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Well, good. That's
American history today. I'm thinking.
I'll tell you, is that assassination book still available?
Oh yeah, it still sells. Assassination in America. Thanks for asking.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I get into all of these various conspiracy theories. I try to look at which ones have legs and which don't, and I go all the way from the death of Lewis, Henry Weather Lewis and Clark, who died under mysterious circumstances, and the death of actually Alexander Hamilton, right up to the Clinton death list, and the death of Tim Russert, the newsman, which was very suspicious. Anyway, yeah, I cover it. It's many chapters in that book.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it's available.
I certainly read a few of your books, but that one somehow I missed. So
it's available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Assassination in America by Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for asking.
Good. Okay.
It was an interesting piece of research, a bit dark. I mean, I also cover a couple of cultural figures like Martin Luther King and Marilyn Monroe, and you know, it's not just political figures. People who died under questionable circumstances.
Question. How about Scalia?
I don't know if I think I probably published that book before that one, but yes, that was very, very suspicious. It was, you know, look, when you have power and you're in a position of influence, you have to ask what happened. You know, I brought
Gary Mullis is another one.
I mean, I actually did a piece on maybe that Franklin Roosevelt was assassinated. Why? Because in the last weeks of his life, he wasn't in good health, and it's not true, but he was becoming what you might call red-pilled on Stalin and the Soviet Union.
Too little, too late, though. I mean,
too little, too late. But he got notice that Stalin, when he occupied Eastern Europe, he was taking tens of thousands of American soldiers into custody, where they were disappearing into Siberia. And he sent Stalin a very stern letter: release these people at once. We're allies. You have to do this. And Stalin sent him back a letter saying, forget it. How dare you lecture me? Americans, look what you did to the Native Americans, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, Roosevelt also spoke with Churchill, who said, you know, you've been completely had. You've been completely betrayed at Yalta. You thought you were so arrogant with your big personality that you could influence Stalin. Well, guess what? He's occupying Poland and Czechoslovakia. You're not going to, he's completely, you know, and Roosevelt was angry, and he was like starting to wake up, and he's like, hey, we have to stop this now. He was about to, like, you know, tell his soldiers, you know, the military, when all of a sudden he shows up dead. Now, is that why? What I would say is this: FDR was surrounded by communists, even living in the White House. He was an invalid. He couldn't get around very easily. He was not in good health. Living down the hall in the White House, you had Laughlin Curry, who fled the country right after Truman took office in advance of congressional testimony, moved to China. You had the Coe brothers, Virginius and Frank Coe. He being the first head of the World Bank, also fled the country before testifying. You had Harry Dexter White, you had Alger Hiss, you had all these guys around him, literally physically around him.
This was really the only one that got nailed.
Well, that's right. But I mean, well, Harry Dexter White died under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah.
But you had his wife, not exactly, patriotic American, right? And she wasn't too happy with him anyways. It's very possible that he might have been knocked off. I think we'll never know. But they had a lot going on this was right after the war. I think Hitler hadn't even committed suicide yet. And already Stalin, there was a lot going on. I mean, he was moving forward. He didn't want to have anything, get in his way at that point. This is a very sensitive time. And, to get rid of FDR, if he's proven to be a threat, that would be a legitimate reason for him to be targeted. I'm not saying he was, we don't know, but, there were questions about it.
It's one of these fascinating things to think about.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of a walking dead man anyway, but.
Right, but if all of a sudden he's starting to make waves and he's starting to wake up and he's angry, that's not convenient for the agenda of that time. It's just that simple. Anyways,
wow.
So
I'll tell you, the other one to put a cap on it was not too long after that, George Patton died.
Oh yes, I did.
Suspicious circumstances.
Yeah, more suspicious. I mean, he was literally hit while driving in his car by this questionable. I mean, I don't remember the details on that, but that was very suspicious. He's in the hospital, and his wife visited him, and he says, he tells her, "Get me the hell out of here. They're going to kill me any minute."
Yeah.
And the other one, of course, is also James Forrestal, the first Secretary of Defense. I mean, I can't really get into all of them, but I did chapters on all these people.
Wow.
And it's a very interesting subject, a rather dark book to write. You kind of like, the
well, the antidote for the dark book is what's happening right now.
Right, and let's hope some of these things don't happen right now. But anyway, Mike, so what do you have coming up on the subject?
Okay, well, again, I've been kind of bogged down with anybody that's moved, especially when you're a few years old. All kinds of stuff that you have to get rid of,
oh, sure.
So Chuck, it's two stages of a man's life: accumulating stuff and getting rid of it.
Well,
and we're going through that. So it just the writing for me is kind of recreational, which obviously is why I don't charge for the Substack. So people can't expect to get stuff every week, although I was doing it every week.
Right.
But we got into this, and it's this will even out. But yeah, plenty of ideas. But maybe I can put AI in my head to just have it come out into a digital article or something.
And there's just so many excellent things going on that it's hard to I don't know. I almost feel like I've got nothing to say. I mean, it's just, it's like watching this grand parade.
It is true that more negative times are more conducive to producing, in a very broad sense, art,
Yeah, right. And that's what I've gotten used to for all these years. So it's kind of like, I think a lot of people in my shoes are feeling, in a way, a bit rudderless right now. You don't know where to turn because everything is coming up so well that, I mean, it's a good thing, but, it's just it's a bit disorienting. So anyways, but
I do like this new time period, and I hope this works out.
Yes, it's very good. Thank you. Excellent. All right, Mike.
Until next time.
You bet. Thanks a lot. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. My new time is Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I expect to be live at that time. There might be a few times when I'm not, in which case you'll get a rerun. But for the most part, my goal is going to be to develop an online experience where people can interact. You can call us. The number, by the way, is there at 508-637-5596. I'll be okay. 508-637-5596. Or you could text us and we will read your text. I'm also live on TikTok. They've given me back my show. And you can text me there as well. And the goal is to have like a live experience where we can have a few jokes. We can talk about some issues. We can delve into some topics. And we can do so regularly in an experience that I'd like to reproduce from the days when I actually was on the air in a good old-fashioned radio station. And I developed this sort of situation where I had regular callers, and it became an incredible experience. Anyway, Mike, things are going amazingly well in this country right now, thank God.
And, I mean, I have to give a call out to my old buddy Kevin Collins that wrote a book, I think maybe 20 years ago, essentially calling the Democratic Party a criminal organization. And I called him the other day and said, I don't think even you knew the extent.
How bad it was.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're now getting the scandal around the seizure of the USAID.
Oh, man.
Which is by any stretch a huge scandal. About 10% of their budget, and they go back to an executive order that was issued by John F. Kennedy, by the way. And by the way, Schumer is dead wrong when he says it was Congress. It was not. It was an
executive order by JFK, and he's got to be spinning in his grave to see how this is.
Oh yeah,
been
it's
so
horrible.
distorted.
Originally, it was supposed to deal with humanitarian crisis around the world. It was modeled after an Israeli group that had done this since the founding of Israel, where they would go into Africa and help develop infrastructure, deal with crisis. And it started that way, but like a lot of other things, it became corrupt to the point where now, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15% of its budget goes into those things. It's like it's a criminal organization. And by the way, Secretary Rubio has said, in response to all these lies being pushed by the mainstream media, that those aspects of USAID are not going to be interrupted. That's going to continue under the direct auspices of the State Department, but that the rest of the USAID is funding horrible things, including, according to major media reports, the Wuhan lab in China where they created COVID.
Oh yeah.
Media organizations like Politico.
Politico got $8 million over a couple of years, I think, 3 years.
Now they've apparently stopped their payroll, like they can't afford it.
Yeah.
And a whole long list of media figures taking payoffs from USAID, probably around the world and here. They were involved in nation change, government. Yeah, I mean, where they basically were the main drive behind stopping Bolsonaro in Brazil from getting reelected, probably trying to screw Netanyahu in Israel, probably trying to screw anyone that they don't like. And, it's a kind of meddling that this country really is not supposed to be doing. It's not in our interests. It's not like we're supporting good people. It's the communists and radical Islamists. Apparently money was pouring into Gaza and Yemen and Afghanistan, even recently, certainly under Biden. Stuff that is not only not in the interest of the American people, but is promoting world war. Does anyone
have an idea, Chuck, of when it started going rogue? I mean, ultimately, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious.
Well, I'll tell you one reference I saw when I interviewed an author, and I'm trying to remember his name. I'm looking into it. He wrote a book that was published by Regnery about world population control.
Yeah.
And USAID was one of the major funders of forced abortions in China and also forced sterilizations in India, starting in the 1960s, and other agendas that, really, apparently there was an experiment where hundreds of thousands of Peruvian women were sterilized without their knowledge. I mean, we're talking about ghoulish evil
So
experiments.
what you're saying is it was almost from the get-go.
Oh yeah, this was in the 60s. And
Yeah.
Lyndon Johnson praised them at that time as being on the cutting edge of creating a reduction in the world population.
Well,
And
he was corrupt as hell.
yeah, and
And
Indira Gandhi in India was all behind it, probably got a ton of money. A lot of politicians, a lot of the money was funneled in, a lot of the money that was sent to Ukraine was funneled through USAID. And now the Ukrainians are saying, he says that they are missing $100 billion. I mean, really? I mean, this is a huge, a lot of that money ended up going back into the pockets of corrupt politicians, corrupt organizations around the world, and including in the Democratic Party. Now, this is it's a scandal that's so vast that it's almost impossible to get your hands around. But we could talk about one simple element to it, and that is the funding of political figures of a political organization called Politico, and also apparently funding anti-Trump activities like the all of the lawfare cases. I wonder how much money, if any, was funneled into the pockets of Alvin Bragg or Jack Smith or Big Fanny or what's her name up in New York,
Letitia James.
yeah, Tish James. I mean, how many bucks did they get out of this? This is like a real rotten. And if anybody on the left has any defense of it, I mean, I would imagine they probably would have been, if somebody had been funneling money to Fox News, not that they're so great, but, it would have been we would have never heard the end of it. It would have been a huge national story. But now they're trying to tamp this down. This is the scandal that really could put a nail into them. And the fact that they're trying to run interference with the work of Doge, which of course is headed up by Elon Musk, which uncovered this and which asked for Rubio to abolish that organization, and he did.
Yeah.
The other element is that they have gotten Treasury Department records from the new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, it has been put on hold by a federal judge that indicate that people were getting money funneled through USAID to do all kinds of garbage around the world. I mean, this is people who are high-level Americans. So we are getting close to really uncovering what President Trump has accurately called the deep state. This is what they are. I mean, the USAID seems to be inextricably intertwined with the CIA and with black ops. And the reason that Rubio said, and I saw him interviewed on this, that he had to seize their organization and shut it down was because they would not turn over records about their budget and where their money was going and how much they had.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, at least insubordinate for any alleged American organization. But they're not even American. I mean, it's a worldwide thing. It's a corrupt group of rogue operators all around the world. They've got something like at least 10,000 employees, all of whom are now out on their ass. They've all been cut off. They were funneling money into Afghanistan. I mean, it's really a huge scandal, and we only know the tip of the iceberg.
Well, you would think that if someone really believed in the Democratic Party, they'd be all in exposing this kind of corruption, but instead they're doubling down.
They're having these stupid protests over this. Can you imagine? This is their big cause now, protesting the shutting down of USAID. And they're going to go on the street here in Boston at the State House. There not too many people showed up, but it's this is what they're fighting for now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, because even if you say that 10% of the activity of this agency is worthwhile, okay, fine, that's right. Retained. But the notion that this is some sort of big slush fund for every corrupt person on earth, this would make Bernie Madoff blush, the extent of this thing.
But of course they are, we know that they are standing by it because they are supporting leftist causes, leftist politicians and parties who are trying to overthrow governments. They spent $10,000 trying to have a what was it, like a gay pride parade in Belgrade.
Yeah.
First of all, they didn't have it, but which brings up the question in my mind: who got that $10 million?
Well, see, right, Chuck. That's what I was going to mention. It's one thing to get the line items, but then who's at the other end?
Right, somebody's getting awfully rich
Yeah.
from this, and it's there's a lot of money sloshing around, and greasing a lot of palms, if to use the old mafia expression here in Boston. This is like, it's and the stuff that they were funding is it's really not in anyone's interest. And now, if you want to go support that, fine, go ahead. I mean, that's a private matter. But to expect taxpayer money to go into these things, this creates discord around these countries who don't want this stuff. Going back to the population control agenda, which finally, I remember this book. I'm going to try to find this again. It was great. I remember my co-host, Patrick O'Heffernan, had a complete meltdown when we had him on. But the Philippines, they finally kicked them out.
Yeah.
And, forced abortions, sterilizations. I mean, this is like really, really dark stuff. So that's what I know about their past. Who knows what else? I mean, this is something that we may never get to the bottom of it, but the good news is that they've been at least mostly stopped. This is miraculous. It would never have happened had Trump not been elected.
Wouldn't it have been a better position for people like Chucky Schumer and others to come out and say, we're all in favor of Elon auditing and getting to the bottom of this, because they just don't realize how bad this looks, I guess.
They're actually like fighting to preserve the lack of, to keep everyone.
Let's repeat what I said 2 weeks ago. Apparently, everybody is Ethel Rosenberg. Okay?
They're crazy. Yeah, they're absolutely, they're Kool-Aid drinking, devout, radical, illuminated puppets. They're just, it's a way of thinking. I mean, anybody who saw this meeting, I don't know if you caught any of the moments of the Democratic National Convention trying to elect new leadership. Did you see that?
I saw just little snippets.
Their main comment when they opened up the discussion and everybody applauded was the reason that Kamala Harris lost the election was because of racism and misogyny.
Right.
I mean, they haven't learned anything. Just locked into this.
No, they haven't learned anything, because I've seen this happen in athletics, and we've talked about this so many times, this Model UN thing. Imagine if you're in the 8th or 9th grade and everybody around you tells you how smart you are, right? And you have this Model UN view of the world. And you live in your little ivory tower with your same friends and go to your same miserable university. And now, when you get out into the real world, if you have enough resources, it's possible to insulate yourself from most of it. I mean, I know people my age and older that are like that. They're oh yeah. I mean, I went to a fairly wealthy part of LA high school,
Mm-hmm.
and there are people there that were hardcore liberals, still are, have the same philosophy. They don't care what's happening in the real world because they don't live in the real world. They're either professors, they have jobs with NGOs. So that's how it gets perpetuated. And if you're Chucky Schumer, someone with, I mean, I don't know how the hell he ever got elected. He's a bozo, but I guess once in, he stays in. He is just a true believer. This guy's worth
it's worse than that. I mean, you're right. I mean, there are these hardcore true believers who are, like, as you say, model UN types, and they haven't really had an original thought in their entire life, and they
Right.
just drank the Kool-Aid early on, and they're in it. And then you have people like Chuck Schumer, who I think is a conscious, witting participant in an international conspiracy. He knows the score.
Well, he's getting money from somebody.
Oh
Here's a
yeah.
guy that has a salary of what, 200 grand a year, but yet he's worth $80 million. How does that happen?
How does it happen? I mean, Elizabeth Warren is another one. You know, she got a lot of money from Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, Big Pharma. You know, all these people, they are witting, conscious participants in an agenda that seeks to subsume the entire planet into a world order where the nations of the world become nothing more than provinces that, you know, create like a massive system, probably powered by artificial intelligence eventually, where all aspects of your life will be controlled, where your everything you see, everything you know is going to be micromanaged by people that by non-people, by a artificial brain. They have this agenda. Transhumanism is the expression of it. They've kind of gone a little underground on that, but they used to be very open about that over at MIT, where I live, where they actually had a transhumanist website. It's gone now.
Yeah.
That, you know, had a department which they talked about these things. This new kind of a man that is basically half human, half cyborg. And this is their agenda. This is their belief. They don't believe in a creator of the universe. They believe in themselves as this elite group of operators. The good news is that there are people who were drinking the Kool-Aid on Trump who are now thinking. I know a few in my own
Well,
circle.
it's interesting you say that, because if you go on X or TikTok or certain YouTube channels,
Yeah.
you are seeing a lot of primarily black men, some women,
Yep.
black men who are pissed off.
Yeah.
You know, they've been carrying the water for this party for X number of years, and now, you know, as we say, to throw in a little biblical reference here, the scales have fallen from their eyes.
Yes, I've seen it. But I even say that there are some people that maybe a few scales are starting to fall. People in my own circle, including people that are very close to me, who are just were devout Trump haters, who are now like, I don't know. I mean, this actually is interesting. You know, they are starting to think.
Well, what is their reaction specifically to the USAID?
Well, I mean, in the case of people close to me, they weren't too happy to find out that they'd been funding Hamas.
Yeah.
You know, they've been funding Afghanistan. They've been funding Iran, Yemen. I mean, radical, you know, jihadists around the world. I mean, they're funding, you know, any group like that. I mean, they're creating like a conflict. You know, they're funding. I mean, but of course, people in our circle aren't too happy with finding out that they funded the lawfare agenda against Trump.
Oh yeah.
And I am particularly, you know, you and I have talked often about Operation Mockingbird, which was part of the revelations of the Church Committee in the late 70s when they did hearings on the CIA, and that it was basically an operation where the CIA was handling satchels of cash to various media figures to run certain stories and to create certain stories out of scratch in some cases. And it was admitted during the hearings of the Church Committee. And yet it was never really gotten rid of, according to many of us who feel that it continued. Well, now we know that it continued because USAID was doing Operation Mockingbird. I'd like to see the names of all of the reporters who got checks from that. They say there are hundreds of them. Media outlets, reporters, individual reporters, journalists, columnists. Let's get it all out. You see, they're trying to get judges to stop the release of this information. But we need to know exactly who was doing this, because they have tried to corrupt. This is what they do in, you know, in fascist countries. And, you know, the media is like basically controlled by and a stooge of the ruling junta. This is what they were doing. They were just stooges of this state, of this apparatus. They were running stories, fake or otherwise. They were taking money to promote stories, mainly that were attacking Trump, of course, and demonizing the MAGA movement. The J6 narrative is completely phony. By the way, I'm having 3 of those people come on my show next
Oh,
week.
wow, good.
Obviously,
I think it's the old story, they don't know when to quit. Okay. Joe Biden would have been a happy camper if he had not run for president, right? He could have left as a corrupt guy his whole life as a VP and gone back to Bethany Beach or Rehoboth or wherever the hell he hangs out, and that's fine.
right.
But instead, he comes in, is going to be completely discredited president. No one is going to support this guy.
Do you know there's rumors that he pardoned himself an hour or 2 before leaving office?
I had heard that. Is that credible?
Yes. Well, he pardoned his brother and his brother's sister-in-law and his sister and her husband.
Yeah.
He issued these crazy pardons. We know about Fauci and Milley, all within a few hours of leaving office. This is, I think that there are a couple of federal judges now who have stood up and read the Constitution and realized that you can't pardon someone for something that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
They have not been formally charged. Now, maybe he could get away with the Hunter Biden pardon because he was convicted.
Well, he was charged.
Exactly, but
Milley wasn't. Fauci wasn't.
They were not charged with anything, and even the Hunter Biden thing, you can pardon him for the crimes that he committed, but you can't say, well, anything that might come up.
Yeah, you have lifetime immunity, lifetime free pass.
Yeah, it doesn't really. There's no precedent for that in terms of the use of the pardon, except with the one single exception, and that is, of course, the Nixon pardon, the Ford pardon of Nixon, which was an unusual and exceptional situation. But other than that, it's never been done like that. No one's ever been given pardons for something they may be possibly charged with in the future.
Of course, the proof of the pudding, my friend, is that these guys accepted it. All right. Where's the Fauci that I've always known, who defends to the hilt every miserable thing he's done in his rotten life? He has an answer for. So
Right.
Now you give him a pardon. He's silent. The real old Tony Fauci would have said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need a pardon." Okay.
Well, it's by any standards, and I think legally even, and I think it's been stated as such under law, that the acceptance of a pardon is an admission of guilt.
Yes.
It's just like, in a way, pleading the fifth is an admission of guilt. You're saying, I'm guilty, which is why I can't talk about this, because I'll be incriminated. And
I think what's going to happen with this stuff is there's going to be these lame efforts to get left-wing federal judges to try to suppress these movements for a while. But first of all, what's going to happen is stuff is going to get leaked anyway. You can bet on that.
right.
And the public, there's not going to be very much support for this criminal activity. There's going to be the Jasmine Crockett's and these low IQ types. They're going to try to frame this as a fascist takeover of the government and so on. But that is mighty thin gruel now.
No one's buying it.
No.
It's not flying. And you're right. They got some leftist federal judges who might, we just had something here in Massachusetts where a federal judge has put a stay on President Trump's buyout program for federal employees. It might slow it down a little. There's going to be another hearing.
Well, wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Bill Clinton did it.
Of course, it's completely appropriate. And he didn't even say why he did it. There was no law cited. So it's just one, it's kind of a desperate grasp at like kind of judicial activism. It's not going to stand. I think that by Monday there's a hearing, and he is absolutely in his right to offer the buyout.
I think about 50,000 employees have already taken the deal.
Oh yeah, and that stands. But there's another federal judge. I mean, they're trying to jimmy up the system a little bit, but look, the Supreme Court is not going to stand for it. Other than that nutcase, Coney Barrett maybe is a loose cannon, but putting that aside, I don't think that it's going to stand.
I got to tell you something about her to interrupt. She was being praised to the hill, these adopted kids, and she's so religious about. I never bought it. Never bought it. This goody two shoes. I'm sorry. All right.
Yep.
And what happens? She ends up being a complete disappointment.
It's true. I mean, maybe Trump he put her in there just as like within a week or two of leaving office or the election, I think. And that was something he had to move quickly on, I guess.
Well, he was given some crummy information. Okay. She's a woman. She's allegedly conservative.
Yeah.
She's Catholic, so she says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
yeah,
it's very difficult to get perfect information on that, but it's also important because there's a hell of a lot of damage that these people can do.
That's right.
And the idea of putting someone on there because she's a woman really drastically failed with Sandra Day O'Connor.
Right.
Although
she would be conservative by today's standards.
She was conservative by today's standards, but
she also got rid of affirmative action. Let's give credit where it's due. So, but the point is that, I mean, even with her, they still have a majority in the Supreme Court, and I think she's going to at least be half right.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to be in favor of corruption. I'm just saying that she's taking some stands that were disappointing.
True. But anyways, I think that all of these sort of last-ditch attempts to gum up the works are not going to fly. Now we have Pam Bondi has been confirmed, and she's kicking ass. I mean, she immediately is going after, is investigating all of these lawfare cases. She's calling for cutting funds to sanctuary cities because they're violating the law. I mean, this is great. I mean, they're going in. I think that we can hold our breath and hope that RFK is confirmed. I think he probably will be, but if he is, that's huge. I mean, that's a revolution.
It's going to be a nail biter. And in fact, I got into it on the ACSH website with some woman who has a lot of knowledge and she picked this so-called HIV/AIDS denialism as something that he supports, and this was a disqualifier. But one of the things I countered her with was, okay, maybe I'll give you that. There were people at the beginning that didn't think that HIV caused AIDS. There's people that still don't think that it does. But how about COVID vaccine denialism? You think that's a bigger deal?
Right.
So I think it's going to be a nail biter for RFK. He's probably going to get it. And did you see how aggressively they went after him in those hearings? All these pharma stooges. It was unbelievable. Do you promise not to fire anybody in HHS? Well, we got 3 million employees.
And they also put all of them through the struggle session about whether or not they thought the 2020 election had been stolen. And, I thought in a free country, we can question elections, but they all responded quite well in terms of saying, what I recognize is that Joe Biden was sworn in as president. That's all they would say, which is technically, of course, true, but they did not comment on their opinions on the election. Now that she's in there, she's commenting. And I think once they're all in, they can then be free to take a look at it because everyone knows damn well what happened. I'm not going to say it because I'm still on YouTube now, and we're still censored on that topic, even though
here's the point, too. Why does that? Well, okay. Philosophically, it matters. But why, in a practical sense, doesn't matter in this sort of hearing whether he
It's not
legitimately won
relevant.
the election. His term is up. He's
Exactly.
gone.
It's over. I sent Google a note asking them to restore my account and YouTube because I said, look, I was taken down because I had some people on the program who claimed that the election was stolen, but he's gone now. It's over.
Yeah.
It's not relevant at this point, and no one's going to threaten Obama's regime. There was. I get the fact that they were
How you
afraid.
said Obama's regime. Okay.
Obama's regime, Biden's regime. I mean that there was comments about people wanting to decertify electors. Yeah, they did. They wanted to stop that. Okay, fine, but it's over now. He's out. Doesn't matter. Now we could go back to status quo ante and talk about whatever the hell we want on elections. It's no different than talking about whether or not James Buchanan's election was stolen. It's history. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Well, wait. Why are you comparing him to James Buchanan?
No, I'm making the point that we could talk about Jefferson's election stolen. It doesn't matter. He's gone. It's like it's history now. It's not a threat to any regimes. It's not like a political issue anymore. It's now an issue for historians to kick around, which is free speech. It's at this point. If he's proven to have stolen the election, it doesn't matter now. He's out of power. I mean, I suppose it would obviously be greatly damaging and embarrassing to the entire liberal democratic establishment. Too bad. That's free speech. But whatever, tell them.
Well, what you're seeing now in parallel to the political situation is a total freaking meltdown of the entertainment industry. Okay? They are doubling down and tripling down, and they gave 13 Oscar nominations to this Emilia Perez movie, which basically is
Transvestite, just something that got the did he get like the greatest woman actor? I think.
Yeah, well, the promotion of this, despite the fact that the movie did no box office, it very tellingly has an extremely low rating with the public on Rotten Tomatoes, but with, of course, the Access Media Critics is up there. But they're just doubling down. I mean, Disney is hemorrhaging money. The entertainment industry is collapsing, and it's like, I see an iceberg ahead. We're going to just go right into it.
Although I understand that I saw a few snippets of it, but the Oscars, they did not do the usual typical attacking Trump. Oh, we're going.
That was, I think you're thinking of the Grammys.
The Grammys, yeah. We're going through such hard times now. We're going through such trauma. America's going through such a dark period.
Well, there were some DEI comments made at the Grammys, I believe.
Because I thought their main focus was on the LA fires.
That industry is collapsing. I mean, all the awards for Beyonce, please, best country album.
Yeah, right. But
I mean, I used to be a member of NARIS in the 90s, and it was already going bad. At that, but I mean, there was a great story that they figured that the show was getting popular, National Academy of Recording Arts Society. So the show was getting popular, so they decided they had to have a front man, rather than just kind of an office staff in Burbank. So they brought this unemployed musician out of Atlanta. I forget his name, frankly.
Okay.
It may come back to me. They give this guy, and this is in the 90s, $1 million salary. He starts sexually harassing all the women in the office. It was just
bad news.
Pathetic. There were scandals with money. And it's just too bad how that goes. And I guess that was kind of a harbinger of what was going to happen now.
Hmm.
It's a completely different universe. There's no such thing as a record anymore. Everything is streaming
Right.
or an MP3. There are a jillion different genres of music. Billboard magazine is important only in that you can track the popularity of certain charts. But there's kids of the prime age that used to be this top 40 kind of stuff that don't listen to that anymore.
Right. And they've also, I mean, the big record companies have lost their relevancy because they used to
Yeah,
be the gatekeepers. You didn't get a record deal and you didn't get heard unless you were
yeah,
picked by the big three. I think it was a big five,
yeah,
people like Clive Davis. And,
yeah,
they decided everything. That's gone.
yeah.
They no longer have that kind of control. And yeah, it's kind of similar to, the paring down of it is similar to what to get back to our original topic, what Doge is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He basically fired 80% of the staff when he took over Twitter. He brought back a handful of them afterwards, but it's became stronger, better, more prosperous than ever.
It was the best example in history of the 80-20 principle, right?
Yes.
He fires 80% of the people, 20% of the people are doing the work.
Mm.
And remember when they told him, oh, no, it's going to fall apart. You need all those people. And he's thinking, no, I don't. This is all IT. It's all automation. What are these people doing? And if you remember that video that went viral a couple of years ago of those two women in a swimming pool talking about what their day was like, they worked for some tech company.
Mm.
And, they got free meals and they got all this time off. And as an afterthought, well, what is it you do here?
Yeah. I mean, that's that about describes it. So, anyways, he's now doing this with the federal government, and they're freaking out. But it's about time. I mean, it makes me think of I consider him to be my mentor, the late great Jerry Williams here in Boston, who was talking about this back in the 80s, back in the 70s. I mean, he was talking about, like, for example, use the example of the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, this massive department with their big offices and staffs, and you had to go in and have this miserable experience all day waiting in line to get your license renewed. And just they were harassing people, and it was a boondoggle. And eventually it showed how corrupt it was of the people getting on payrolls, and Whitey Bulger's kids were on the friggin' payroll. There was like all this political hacks. And he pointed out we could get rid of 80% of this, sell the buildings and have the state put the money in the coffers, lay off these people, and put the friggin' thing online.
Yeah.
Now they have done that, and it's
Yeah.
worked out pretty well. You still have too much of it, but at least it's been pared down a little bit. That's what needs to be done on the federal level. We don't need to have this kind of stuff anymore. I mean, Lee Zeldin, he's been confirmed as head of the Environmental Protection Agency, I believe.
Right.
He just closed the Department of Environmental Social Justice, something like that. Laid off 200 people. They're going to sell the building. They're going to get rid of the whole freaking thing. That's how they're going to save money, because we don't need these things.
Right.
Somebody wants to talk about environmental social justice, let them do it on their own dime. Let them, set up a website and talk about it. But do we need to hire a whole agency with 200 people, probably earning who knows how much? It's, they're saying, oh, well, people don't appreciate the basic services. That's the big lie. The basic things that we want the government to do aren't going to change. This is 80% of the government. I mean, I had an interview off the record with somebody who's a pretty high level government official in Washington. I can't say who because it was a private conversation, but he pointed out to me that none of them have gone back to work. The pandemic has been over now for 4 years. they basically, they've never been seen, and they're getting full salary. Nobody knows what they're doing. And the people who do go to work, they sit around all day looking at porn on their computers.
Yeah.
And that all the work is being done by these consultancies, these consultant agencies, which are getting a ton of money, and that it's become so bad.
Well, that's the other scandal, okay, which I'm sure Elon is going to get into. These contractors are hired to do the work, all right? Here's the problem. I knew a bunch of these guys when I was living in the D.C. area. The dirty little secret is the contractors were making way more money than the federal employees.
Right.
So not only was there this resentment, it's like, what the hell is this? You have staff that's supposed to do these things. You're bringing these outside guys, and it was a joke how much more these outfits really pay.
Oh yeah, and those things are. I mean, look, I get consultancy, but when it has this interaction with government, it's very corrupt. And we could look at the work of Kinsey and company here in Boston for that, and Deloitte. Yeah, they do some good work in the private sector, but their interaction. I mean, there's even recently here in Boston, there was a consultancy that's been brought in to look at the recreation and redesign of a highway in Brighton, which is a neighborhood of Boston.
Right.
And they had a public meeting, and one of the citizens asked a question of the consultant, and the consultant said, and I quote, I don't talk like this publicly, he said, "Shut the fuck up." And yeah, and this made the newspaper. But I mean, these are the consultants. They're not accountable to anyone, and they're running this thing. And they're not listening to anybody's complaints. So there are some legitimate issues around that. And in a sense, the elected authorities have turned over their responsibilities to these consultants.
Well, I mean, it's a vicious circle, because what happened in the case I was describing, this was the Department of Agriculture. And the thing in question was this big software involved with how to plan your diet and whatnot. And of course, agriculture had tried and failed to get this website to work. So they brought in these high-priced people and to fix it, which they did. But as the guy told me, this guy Paul told me, he said, but at the end of the day, no one's using the website anyway. Okay. Mm-hmm. It was a bad idea. But, he'll take the money.
And they take a lot of money to do probably, in many cases, nothing. You get a big contract, and they're rolling in dough. But the point is that Doge is going to really take a hard look, and they're freaking out because they're gonna pare down. This is what I can't believe this is happening. It's incredible. This should have happened decades ago. It's an incredible thing. Finally. They're going to bring the government into the present time. A lot of these activities can be replaced by websites and even by AI to a certain extent. I mean, I don't think that we want to see AI making decisions about real things that affect real people, but there's a lot of stuff that could be automated. I'll give an example. There's a lot of stuff that lawyers do where they charge a ton of money for things that could be done by AI, could be done through ChatGPT, could be done online. Standard things, like setting up a will or setting up, a contract of different types that are not complicated. Certain transactions in areas of like real estate or whatever. A lot of this could be done with automatically and at zero cost or low cost. And so they're holding on to it's like holding on to the horse and buggy. They want to hold on to their gig over there.
Well, that's it. That's the mentality. Do you remember some years ago when the bill pay function was introduced on bank websites? Mm-hmm. You can now pay your bills online.
Right.
There was a big movement within the U.S. Postal Service. No, tell your friends it's better to write a check and put it in the mail. And you and I are old enough to remember what a pain in the butt that was.
Yeah, and I remember waiting in long lines at the telebooth,
Yeah.
right? I think my daughter has never seen the inside of a bank. I mean, maybe when she set it up. Because everything is done. If you get a check in the mail, you just scan it and it goes into your account. Everything is done now using your smartphone. You don't need to have this whole big infrastructure. Now, look, people are going to lose their jobs. People lost their jobs when the horse and buggy, I mentioned that, when the car was invented, the horse and buggy industry, which was up in Amesbury, Massachusetts, along the Merrimack Valley, there were several big companies that did this. They lost their jobs, and it created a local depression. I get that. And they were lobbying the state to subsidize them anyways, and the state did not do it. But it can be dislocating. Look, I lost my company because of computers. My company, City Metro Enterprises.
I remember them.
Yeah, I was going gangbusters.
They didn't work for me, which you probably don't remember.
Did I do a job for you?
Yes, a couple of jobs.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think so, because
No. And here's what it is.
Yeah.
And this is for the world to see. When we had that limiter product for the dental industry, you guys distributed flyers on that product at the trade shows.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
That was my company.
City Metro, baby.
Yep. I was rolling high for many, many years. I distributed flyers. I distributed posters.
Yeah.
I did, like, an ad agency could call me up. A record company could call me up and say, we need posters in 50 colleges around the country. And I could do it.
Yeah.
And there was about 5 or 6 of us who were in that business. We each did a little something different, and we competed with each other, but we also sometimes worked with each other on certain things.
Right.
All of us went out of business. All of us. Around the year 2008, around that time, I remember I was down to one more ad agency, and they canceled it, not because they didn't like the service, but because they went automatic.
Yeah.
They all would decide, well, we're doing something different now. We're going to focus on advertising online where we could get it for free or we could get it cheap. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people, printing companies. I remember Copy Cop, was it Copy Cop in Boston? They had huge offices with printing machines. People were waiting in line at those companies to get their printing done. And they had all these expensive machines, a whole room of them. They all went out of business because people had printers with their computer. They didn't need them anymore. I'm just, it's like I'm saying that's, as my late father used to say, that's progress.
Yeah.
I did not understand the times. I did not adapt. And so I lost my company. And that's, it's no different, should be no different in the public sector. I'm sorry, but if you're not needed, you're out.
Well, then I have to ask you this. With all the waste, which is so obvious to the point that you can create a department to promote government efficiency.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, as a student of the human race, when all these cabinet secretaries came in, what did they think? They were just a big potentate and they'd go to lunch and look pretty? I mean, why didn't any of these people look into the operations of these vast bureaucracies? Because what, they didn't want to diminish their empire?
Yeah. I mean, it had become a perpetual, I'm sure there's a word in sociology for this, but it had become a perpetual entity, starting really with Wilson. It goes back in history, with these massive agencies just would perpetuate themselves, and they would exacerbate the problems they were supposed to solve because that helped them get more money and more budget. And it became like what Steve Bannon talks about, the administrative state. It's it's just that simple.
Well, I think the one example, I wish I had more details, was apparently the ex-president of Procter & Gamble was brought in to run some agency. And a complaint was made that Procter & Gamble fine, they make a lot of money because they have a lot of name products that people like, but they're not exactly the most efficient operation in the world. And he was just a guy that presided over ginormous bureaucracy and then went in to preside over whatever this agency was. So I think that's what happens, that you have people that allegedly have, quote, business experience, but this becomes kind of a retirement job.
Mm.
And they're heading up the Department of Commerce, whatever it happens to be. And there's waste in all these things, but that's not their gig, you know.
It's
But
just
apparently it's Elon Musk's gig.
and Musk is doing amazing things. I mean, already he has cut $10 billion from the federal budget.
Yeah.
And his goal is $1 trillion by the end of the year. At this rate, he's going to get there.
Yeah, he is.
And the other thing is, of course, if you accompany that with a loosening of regulations on businesses and a lowering of taxes, then you can't tell what people may create, you know, what businesses they may get into in the future. We don't know that because, you know, it's just like, I mean, the automobile replaced the horse and buggy, to use that example again, but it opened up a whole world of possibilities and ancillary businesses, and it created, you know, it created an economic boom.
Yeah.
In the same way that in the 1990s, there was an economic boom from the internet, from the laptop, and from cell phones.
Yeah.
These things, you know, yeah, they probably put some people out of business, but they opened up opportunities in other ways and in other, you know, modalities. I mean, you know, I found other things to do when City Metro disappeared, and I've never really recovered from it, quite frankly, but that's the way it goes. I mean, I've done other things. I've done creative things.
Yeah.
You know, we all go through a new phase in life. That's just how it is. I mean, you can't expect something to just chug along forever when it's no longer needed.
No, and I think that's the key right there. That people think that whatever the institution is going to last forever.
Exactly. And that's what my mistake was. I thought what I was doing would last forever. I didn't really look at things collapsing around me at the time, even though I was warned by some people. I still didn't want to face it. That's part of it.
That's the other thing. I mean, the signs are often there.
Right.
And where this happened, by the way, in the record industry, I think it was about the year 2000 or 2001, early 2000s. And a number, I believe it was a couple of different labels. And they decided to get what I guess today we would call influencers from various high schools around New York area,
Mm-hmm.
and serve them lunch and introduce them to some of the new artists. And, you know, so they're getting the kids' opinions on stuff. But here was the kicker. So when this is all over, the guy running it said, okay, kids, when you leave this room, there are a bunch of conference tables out there with CDs of all these artists. Go ahead and take what you want, give them to your friends, you know, promote this thing.
Yeah.
Virtually none of the kids picked up CDs because they don't use that format anymore.
It's right.
And one of my friends in the industry said that was the first sign that this model is done.
Well, you can't look at the guy that ran Blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
He was offered, I think it was like $1.5 billion to sell that company.
Yeah.
And he refused because he said, hey, they want this company. Why should I give it to them if it's that great? And he ended up going bankrupt. You know, it's just it had.
He was offered a deal by Reed Hastings to create what eventually did become Netflix, and he didn't want to do that either. I think the problem with that guy, the Blockbuster guy, was he was too greedy. You know, there were interviews with that guy, I don't remember his name, where he was saying, look at this Blockbuster store. No one in here gets paid more than $6 an hour. And he was proud of that. But that all fell apart.
That was just a case of greed, it sounds like. But the point is that, to go back to the Doge story, you know, I mean, I think it was actually FDR This is he's doing no different than in a way FDR did, but not Musk wants to do it on a bigger scale. When FDR entered office, he immediately ordered by executive order all agencies to cut their budgets by 10%.
10%, right?
Yeah. And he said at the time, he goes, look, the country is in a depression. Why should the government not reflect what's going on everywhere else? And they did. So, I mean, and he's of course a hero of the liberals, but that's what's happening now. You have to go in and clean house. I mean, I feel bad saying that for some people. Trump is offering a very generous buyout, 8 months of pay, plus you might have a retirement fund of some sort, or you can, have 8 months to look for doing something else.
Yeah.
And again, with the reduction in regulation, it opens up opportunities to get into business, to become more entrepreneurial. There are, who knows what might be invented coming down the pike. You have to learn, open your eyes and, think, people need to think outside the box. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree. It's, you can ask yourself why no one did this before.
Mm.
And it took someone from the outside to do it.
It did, and every government probably from FDR, because ultimately he did increase the size of government anyways, but
a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so from that time on, it's just continued to grow, and it's continued to increase. And now you had, we've talked about Michael Glennon's theory about the double government. I mean, that was the establishment of the intelligence half of the government, what he calls the Trumanites.
Yeah,
their power is being curtailed. You got Ratcliffe now offering buyouts to CIA agents. Apparently, something like, what is it, like 90% of them are taking it?
Yeah.
It's incredible. Good riddance to them.
Well, I think it's so high in the intelligence agency because they realize that there's been such abuses. And they, whether they're going to retire early or try to do something else, but they know the hammer's going to come down on this.
Right. I mean, they know that like President Trump has declassified the information around the assassination of JFK, which implicates the CIA, quite frankly, and other things like that. I mean, it's their power now is being curtailed. I mean, I worry about President Trump's safety when I say that, but it seems to me, thank God, so far they're being reined in. Whoever thought this could happen? It's incredible. This is really like.
Well, it could never have happened under the standard paradigm, where Bob Dole, it's his turn to run for president, It
would never have happened under
the outside, yeah.
I mean, and now Trump is coming back, having learned lessons from the first term, and he's getting rid of all of his enemies who have burrowed into the government.
Yeah.
Biden tried to put them there just like Obama did when he left, except Trump is finding them and routing them out. All those corrupt inspector generals and the FBI agents. I mean, people like, we remember Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and McCabe and Comey, the Vindman brothers. These are people who are all in the government, burrowed away, waiting to get Trump later. Trump's learned, and he's getting rid of them. He's finding them and firing them. And I just think that that's very heartening. They're not going to pull off another coup like they did last time with the fake dossier and the Mueller group and then the perfect phone call impeachment. It distracted Trump for 4 years with that crap. And they're not going to get away with it now. It's great. So. Yeah,
there's going to be a new revelation every day. And next week, we'll probably have some other big deal to talk about.
Yeah, like getting rid of the Department of Education. The late Sam Blumenfeld is dancing in heaven because he wrote about this for decades, how corrupt that was. Reagan promised to do it, and he didn't. Now it looks like it's being done. Trump is.
I'm not a member of the Reagan cult.
Neither am I.
And one of the reasons is that not only did he promise to do it, he could have done it.
Right. No, Reagan was not a lot of what people think. I mean, there are a lot of great things about him, but no, he was an insider.
Yeah.
But Trump is doing it, and again, the propaganda is going to be, oh, the children are going to be, bull crap. Maybe 10% of what they do might have some good aspects that will be folded into another agency. The 90% of stuff they do is push leftist propaganda, critical race theory, sex change operations on children, masks, who knows what else. It's garbage. It's very bad.
It's a very exciting time, and it's just wonderful to see the change in your demeanor. I mean, before the election, you were so worried. Now,
oh my God,
you're the old positive Chuck.
Oh yeah, no, I'm feeling better every day, and I think that everyone is. Even people who hate Trump are. Everyone knows it.
Oh,
thank
even
God
the liberals deep down are admitting that, gee, things are better.
It's incredible, and he's just an absolute dynamo. It's just an incredible thing to see. I look forward every day to opening the newspaper or looking online and finding out what's happened next, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
It's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah. Now he's just signed an executive order getting rid of men and women's sports. Did you see that? That's fantastic, and they're cheering. Young women are finally not going to have their heads bashed in by some greasy guy in a wig.
Yeah.
I mean, it's these are important developments. He's doing it at all levels, politically, economically, culturally, all of it. He's taking it all on. I hope that RFK is confirmed because I think he's very key to cleaning up America's health. That's why they hate him and fear him. And Tulsi Gabbard.
What is so disturbing is the way his cousin has gone after him.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Can you imagine saying that he was a predator? Yeah. Hello, what about Uncle Teddy?
Yeah.
You want to talk about predators? I don't think she was saying much about that.
No. And when it got even worse is that her son posted these videos.
Oh, he's weird.
RFK's neurological condition and so on. But it just isn't landing.
No. And he's weird. I mean, if you've seen his TikToks, he's like, the guy has a screw loose. I mean, in a way, it's sort of like that relative of Jackie Onassis in that movie they did with the, I forget what it was. She had like some weird relatives. He's a lot like that. But yeah, that's really disgraceful. And
well, I mean, why did she's got all the money she needs? Why doesn't she just keep her mouth shut? Does anybody really think that she is the chosen representative of the JFK flame?
I don't think it's gone over well. I don't even with liberals. I mean, she's a hardcore partisan. I think with her, it's an old Democrat Party thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's flowing. I don't think that's a good look.
No. No, but let him do it,
And also, Kash Patel was going to be friggin' amazing if he gets in. That's a tough one, too.
Well, they delayed it, I think.
They did. They delayed it, but it's going to happen, hopefully, God willing. He's an amazing, he's conducted himself incredibly. And that's going to finally clean up the FBI, bring it back to its original.
Well, that's the other thing we should mention for a second here. They had 5,000 out of 13,000 of their agents, 5,000 were working on J6, which roughly works out to 3 agents per J6 offender.
J6 and anti-Trump shit, doing the house and home invasion, messing around with Melania Trump's underwear drawer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really ugly. And I think that Pam Bondi has kind of backed away a little bit on that, in that she said that people who were doing like low level or following orders, they're not going to be dismissed. That's okay. I mean, I don't like it, but you have to have somebody in there. But the bigger people, the big fish, are gone. The people who actually were behind this, and they're people that are dangerous to Trump. They're going to try to find a new impeachment. They're going to try to sabotage him any way they can.
Well, Al Green already filed articles of impeachment for.
Yeah, his filings were like for dastardly behavior or something like that.
Yeah.
It reminds me of historian Alan Lichtman on my program.
Oh.
he hung up on me. He got off the show. He wanted to file impeachment complaints against Trump for his war against women. Yeah, what? It's like it's not even good
The
logic.
trouble with that guy,
Oh,
and I wrote a piece about this. I'm going to start writing again now that we moved. Is that if he had followed his own keys to presidential election, he would have picked Trump. If you
Right.
analyze the keys, he was so partisan in picking Harris that it was absurd.
Well, he's been completely discredited, and I think that he apparently in his last interview he went out screaming, and just a totally talk about Trump derangement. Him and that other historian from Tennessee, the Mitchum.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a good historian. He's written I think he wrote a great book about Thomas Jefferson, but so Trump deranged that he can't get it straight. The worst one was Michael Beschloss as a historian. I mean, he actually he called for Trump to be executed.
Yeah.
Because of,
you have to understand these are all academics. They're sitting in their little ivory tower. They have no idea of real life. Yeah,
True.
You write a biography of Thomas Jefferson. He died a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're putting yourself in a different framework, and don't get me started on academics in general.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
So anyway, next week at the
next week,
time,
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. The program is going to be live, possibly not on Friday, but there'll be a rerun on Friday. But I am reestablishing the live program, and I'm glad you can do that, Michael. And I look forward to it. What's happening on your side?
It's always a pleasure. I mean, it's especially now in my new studio here, right?
There you go. So you might as well
we'll get it fixed up. We still have plenty of boxes to unpack.
Yeah,
and maybe
on the next your own podcast, Mike.
We could talk a little bit about the brutal housing market, but that's
we could.
A good topic.
You might consider launching your own podcast, Mike.
How could I say this? Had I been able to sell the old business for a little more, I would have had somewhat more free time. But I have another company now, so we're doing okay, but don't have as much free time as I'd like. Fortunately, I'm still under 90 years old, so should be able to keep doing it.
What's happening on the Substack? Anything coming up or?
There's a bunch of notes,
and
I think I'm going to delve into this notion that this crap was all hiding in plain sight, if you think, because how in the world did the government go from whatever the size was under LBJ to this massive thing that nobody knows, what the right hand and left hand's doing, and you're paying taxes like mad. How did it all happen? Is it incrementalism? And you suddenly wake up and you're a boiled frog, So
I think that's what it was. I think that's kind of it's basically did it by sleepwalking.
Yeah.
Anyways, Mike, thanks again, as always.
Yeah. Well, we will see you next time at the new time, and until then, just enjoy it.
Onward and upward. Thanks a lot. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Monday through Friday, I'm doing this thing now, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, roughly for an hour or so, all depending on what's going on. And my guest is Amber May. Amber May is the host of The Amber May Show. She's a creator of the online education program Podcasts Like a Pro, which teaches aspiring podcasters how to build a successful podcast. She's also a fellow Sun Devil. And Amber has a headline here from her publicist. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? Before we go there, Amber, and thanks so much for joining me.
I'm so excited to be here.
Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about this incredible institution that you and I are both dabbling in, and that is podcasting.
Mhm.
I think that it's a very democratic institution in that really anyone now can host a podcast. All you need is a laptop, maybe invest in a good mic and a good camera, not expensive, and get a platform. And
Mhm.
you can invite people on, you can talk to them, see them, hear them, have it go live on your social network where it can be seen by all of your friends and colleagues and members of your network, and you can build a program. Do I have that right?
Absolutely right. I mean, when I first got into journalism, I was interning because when you're in journalism school, you end up interning. And I ended up interning at the local Fox affiliate here in Phoenix.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even that long ago. It was like early 2000s. And the way they did broadcast then, there was no way you and I could do a show like we're doing now because the equipment and the technology just wasn't there. I mean, their editing back then was beta tape to beta tape. It wasn't even digital editing. The
Right.
digital editing just started becoming a thing back then. And they had one editing bay for the promotion side that was digital. But the news side was still beta tape to beta tape. So everything is just really rapidly changing in the last few years. So now anyone can be a content creator. It's amazing.
Yes, I mean, back in the day, I mean, for a while I was doing talk radio in Greater Boston, where I live, and it was all very planned, and you had to be there at a certain time, and there's a whole office there with everybody kind of controlling everything, and it was sort of, yeah, there was definitely free speech in a way freer than we have on online, by the way. We'll get into that,
Yeah.
but it was still very curated. It was a different style of communicating. It was very kind of formal. And, it was very limited in terms of there was just so many slots in any city or town that you would get in. Whereas now you could have millions of people, millions and millions of people doing programming and having influence. And, before we go further, I want your headline, which I think is quite provocative. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump? That in the old days, Trump would never have won re-election because he was being censored, including online,
Mhm.
but they were not able to completely suppress President Trump's message, and that's why he was elected. The media, I think they would acknowledge it pretty much, was viciously anti-Trump.
Mhm.
All of the mainstream media, even Fox News to a certain extent.
Mhm.
And they just really like dismissed him and attacked him, but it didn't work. And I think the reason it didn't work was because of people like yourself and others who got up and gave all sides of the story. And that includes the anti and pro. And that's where freedom ended up residing. And in spite of huge efforts to censor that, I mean, like a lot of people, I lost my YouTube channel because I had a doctor on my program, very respected, internationally known doctor, who suggested that pregnant women and children should not get the COVID vaccine. For that, I lost my station. Okay. I mean, I'm not alone here. I'm not, that's how it is. For various reasons, we can speculate that is a hot button for YouTube, and they don't allow any comment on that, on the vaccine. But, and obviously, they took President Trump's Twitter account away, where he lost, I think, upwards of 50 million followers. So they really did try to crack down on the internet, but it failed
Mhm.
because of people found other ways to do it. In my case, I reestablished the program on Rumble,
Mhm.
and like you have a great Rumble station, by the way, Amber.
Thank you.
And I then found all these other stations as well, Rockfin. I mean, there's a bunch of them out there.
Mhm.
So I was able to continue on, not at the same level as YouTube, but still enough that I could still do what I do and have a level of influence.
You hit the nail on the head. Everything you just said was right on. They did the same thing to me with YouTube. I started gaining followers like crazy. Started talking to them about the Maricopa County election.
Oh boy.
And then I started talking about COVID on top of it. Oh, they didn't like that. They shut me down right away.
Yeah, yeah. And the Maricopa County was another hot button.
Yes, it was.
Could not talk about the forensic audit. You
Mhm.
couldn't talk about, Kerry Lake, right? I mean, all that stuff
Right.
was censored like crazy, but it didn't work there either. Well, it did work against Kerry Lake, okay, but it didn't in the bigger picture work because President Trump came back, and now maybe Maricopa County might finally be investigated. Maybe they'll get to the
That's
bottom
what
of
they're
that.
saying. I'm part of the Maricopa County Republicans here in Arizona, and our county board of supervisors said that that is one of the things they are planning on doing is doing a deep dive on our election system. Our
Mhm.
state legislators are very much in favor of that. And of course, our Arizona GOP chair is also in favor. So I see good things happening as far as the election front goes.
Well, that would be amazing. I hope that you get the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi involved.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh my God! I mean, to have really it's a national scandal, and the whole world saw it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
now that we're on that topic, I have a quick question about
Sure.
that. Besides the 2022 election, when the machines didn't work in the Republican precincts, and the paper that they used had been created by a very partisan printer, and that it didn't fit in the machines. I noticed that about a year ago, when there was a special election in Maricopa County, not to get into a controversy, but why not? There was a national incident, some kind of a readjustment of Google, where different computers were having problems for about a day, including, like, I think at airports in some cases.
There was a
I
cyber attack.
It was because I happened to be in New York that day, and we
Mhm.
were staying at a hotel, and our hotel couldn't get their computer functioning, and they couldn't open doors, so they had to do it manually. And it was something that happened all over the United States.
Mhm.
But I seem to recall that Maricopa County, coincidentally, was having a special election that day, and
Yeah.
they had to shut down all of the electronic computers.
For a time, they did. Yeah. They were eventually able to get them back up going again. But yeah, it did affect some of the machines on the election. So yeah, that was a thing.
Well, what that tells me, I mean, not to state the obvious, is that those machines were online. Otherwise, why would they have been affected?
That's what I've been saying for a long time. I want them to do a real deep dive. I want they say the machines are not connected to the internet. I went to McTech, which is where they supposed to tabulate the votes. McTech staff is telling me they're not connected to the internet. I honestly believe that they think that is true.
Mhm.
I don't think they are
How could they not
lying
be?
to my face. I think they genuinely believe that to be true.
Well, how do
However,
they explain this
I
then?
don't believe that to be true. So,
Well, I mean, how do you explain it? I mean, if they weren't online, why were they affected by this bug? Of course they
yeah.
were online. They had to have been. I mean, it's obvious. And of course, people like myself, when you mentioned this in the 2000 election, you were like demonized.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
you almost seemed as a subhuman for even suggesting it. But it turned out to be true. Anyway, let's go on to talking about podcasting, because you actually are teaching people how to podcast, which is a great thing. You offer your services online in that regard. You have a website called Podcast Like a Pro. It's part of your Amber May Show website where you
Mhm.
can hear your podcast. So let's talk about that. I mean, what is some basic um, information that we can share with my audience about how to do a podcast now?
I'm so glad you asked. And if anyone wants to join, they could go to the ambermayshow.com, theambermayshow.com. And then there's a tab that says podcast like a pro. If they use your name Charles, they're going to get a discount at checkout.
Great.
So make sure you use the discount code Charles so you guys can save some money there because I don't want anyone having to pay full price. If you want to, you're welcome to, but I'd love for you to get a discount. I get asked all the time. Like you, I have a radio background. After I graduated college, I got to work at an AM talk radio show station. And so I have professional experience. I've done this for a living. The reason why I quit my radio gig was because I finally had a child after 8 years of trying. So on my way to work one day, I'm crying. I'm crying so hard because all I've ever wanted to do is be a broadcaster. I got this great job that I just absolutely love, but now I'm about to have a child.
Yeah.
And the idea of putting her in daycare after I've been waiting for 8 years to have a baby was awful.
Right.
So I quit my job and I went 9 years without broadcasting, and then I restarted my show again. So long story short, I get asked all the time, just a little background for your audience. I get asked all the time, how do I do this? And how do I do that? And how do I start this? And so what I decided to do is I wanted to help everybody that I possibly could. So I took my knowledge in the most frequently asked questions and I put it in a course. And you covered a little bit of that. I'm going to show you how you can do a podcast that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I'm going to show you the equipment necessary to do it. And if you have more means, then great. Upgrade your equipment. Great. Fantastic. I applaud you. But if you know things are a little tight, but you still have a message or you still have a passion that you want to get out there, maybe you love classic cars or maybe you're into remodeling and you want to kind of just show people how to remodel a home, then you could do that. And I could show you how, and I could show you how to build an audience. So I went from a built-in audience at a radio station going 9 years, not having any audience whatsoever, and having to build it from scratch. So I'm going to give you tips and tricks on how to do that. The really cool thing about my course is I have a exclusive community that everyone who takes my course gets to be a part of. And then you'll have access to me and other content creators. And my idea is I want to make it to where it's a community where we network together, where we share ideas, where we promote one another on each other's shows. So I'm just trying to build a community of podcasters because we are the new media. Elon Musk says it all the time. The media is freaking out about us. They're saying, oh, they're not the media and they're throwing tantrums on TV. But you said it perfectly, Charles. Because of what we've been doing in the alternate space, it really made a difference in this last election because you were right. They censored RFK. They prevented him from running. They wouldn't interview him very much. And they really, really censored Donald Trump and always put him in a bad light. But Kamala Harris is in the great light. And if you remember, when we were during the campaign, CBS did a piece on Kamala Harris, and they edited a whole bunch of that content out to 20 minutes. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Daily Mail is reporting that Donald Trump sued, and it looks like he's winning the case, that CBS is going to have to release the full 60 minutes of the interview that they filmed with Kamala
Let
Harris.
me just add a little to that. It's even worse than that. What they did was I forget who the reporter was who interviewed her, but he or she asked a question and she gave some a crazy, the usual kind of weird answer that didn't make a lot of sense. What they did was they spliced that out and they put in another segment that she had answered something else. And they kind of diced and sliced that one to make it sound a certain way so that it looked like she had given an intelligent and coherent answer. Now, Donald Trump's lawsuit on that is basically that constitutes election interference, which it does. I mean, that's like altering reality. I mean, you can't, create something out of nothing, which is what they tried to do. Which came off badly anyway. But the point is that it's not, it was a classic example, not only of what Trump's up against, but what the kind of the old legacy, the mockingbird media, as we like to say, what they're up to, what they've been probably doing forever. I mean, they kind of mold a story. I mean, the classic example is when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I think it was Walter Cronkite got up on the air, and he says that it was just a one lone crazy gunman. Where did he get that information? How did he know? He was told by handlers that this is what to say. And when he said it, back then you only had 3 sources of news, and that's what the official line became. And then anyone who questioned that was attacked. So they can't do that now.
Remember that Nancy Pelosi, she talked about how the smear goes, that you put something in the media and then someone officially will say it and then they're going to cover it up with another attack or a smear. I mean, she laid it out perfectly of how they do it in mainstream media, where it's all made up, it's all fabricated. And people are finally done with being lied to. And that's why this time right now is the best time to get into this space. That's why if you go to the ambermayshow.com and hit the tab podcast like a pro, remember use promo code Charles at checkout. I'm going to show you how you could do what we're doing. And you don't even have to do news and commentary. Whatever your passion is, I want to show you how to do that, because I think the world of programming in general, TV in general, is going to change with, I think people are going to want to watch real people doing stuff. And to them, that will be entertaining, whether that's homesteading, whether that's fixing cars, whether that's, I think the way it's going to change, I think you and I could be wrong, it's possible, but I think things are going to change a little bit outside of Hollywood. And we're to see more of a change onto just regular content creators as being the foremost place people go to get entertained.
Oh, yeah. I mean, speaking of Hollywood, this last election showed that they don't have very much coattails anymore, because Harris was shelling out millions of dollars to people to not only endorse her, but to go on stage so she could generate some kind of audience. And it didn't matter. It was worth nothing to her.
Yeah.
It's like it was Beyonce. All of them. They didn't amount to a hill of beans, to be polite.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the days of their influence have been exposed. And that, yeah, people are looking to TikTok. They're looking to, the YouTube Reels. They're looking to all of these things for entertainment and for information. I think particularly the younger generation. So, this is something that I think is certainly the future. It's not going to be stopped. Even with YouTube, maybe that might be changed now that President Trump's in office. I actually sent YouTube a note saying, now that President Trump's in office and Biden is gone, maybe, you might be able to restore my station, because it doesn't matter what people think about the 2020 election. It's over. He's gone. No one's threatening his position anymore. We'll see. But so going back to your podcast, can you talk a little bit about some of the nuts and bolts of how you do this? How do you create your podcast technically? And also, what kind of a schedule do you maintain? What do you actually do?
I think, okay, so the learning is self-paced. So the classes are self-paced. It's not going to take you all day to do any of the courses. I know we're all working people. We're all busy people. So I put things down in a time fashion, come back to it tomorrow, come back to it in a week, come back to whatever you want to. It's self-paced. I talk about all the fundamentals that you're going to need to know. You're going to need to know, like Charles said earlier about equipment. You're going to need to know where to publish your episode, because like Charles said, him and I have been canceled in a lot of platforms, but we found some platforms that are very much free speech oriented. And I share that with you. I tell you, I show you how you can monetize. I give you ideas to monetize, and any of my students can be an affiliate of mine, because if you're going to come to my class, I want to believe in you and invest in you. So if you decide to be an affiliate with me, wonderful. I'd love to have that partnership. So we talk about monetization. We talk about how to get guests. Where do you find guests? So that's an important topic. People want to know, well, okay, I'm going to have a show, and I want to interview people, but where do I find them? So we're going to talk about things like that. So all the fundamentals that you need so you launch successfully. And just know this. Your first episode is going to be the worst episode. And that's coming from me, a professional, someone who's been in radio. My episodes back then were not as good as they are now. Why? Just because with years of experience, you just get better and better as you go. And with the perfectionists out there, I want to tell you, don't wait till everything's going to be perfect to go. Start now, because perfection comes as you continue doing your craft, as you start getting more ideas about what kind of things, elements you want to add to your program. So don't be caught up with everything has to be so perfect right now. Actually, in this space, people love imperfection. I'm not saying have a sloppy show. By no means. I want you to have a great, well-produced show. But I'm just saying, if something goes awry and something's not perfect, your audience will be fine with it.
It's a different format. It's not as quite that like you have to be perfect when you do this thing. It's more conversational. It's more off the cuff. Be yourself. In my case, I'm trying to put together at this point. I kind of got out of it for a while for a lot of reasons, but now I'm getting back in and I'm trying to put together consistency of doing the program Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as a way to sort of build up perhaps a participatory audience. And I offer a phone number so that people can literally call into my program. I offer, obviously chat and all of that stuff. The program goes live on both my Facebook and my Twitter page. I got about 8,000 something followers on Twitter. And that opened up a little bit when Elon Musk took over
Oh yeah,
Twitter.
for me too. Yep,
My page was frozen for years.
mine too.
And although now it's sort of gone back to slightly frozen, I don't know. Musk is great, but not, there's still, some hanky panky. Either way, I go live there. And now that I'm going to be doing this thing daily, weekdays live, and then I download it into a podcast platform. We could talk about that. But I'm hoping to get a real live experience with people who tune in regularly and who join me. And we can just have a great time talking about issues, having a few jokes, maybe kicking around a few ideas, doing whatever it is that we feel like getting into on a given night. That's my goal. That's my goal for this whole thing. Now,
Charles, that's important what you just talked about, and that's something I do mention in the program. I don't want to give too much away in the course, but consistency is key, and I do stress that in my show, in the course. I mean, if you want an audience, they need to know what time you're going to be on and where you're going to be. And just show up consistently. And and I'm not telling anyone don't do anything you can't physically do. If you can't be like Charles, that's okay. You don't have to be like Charles. If
right.
one day a week is all you can do that one day a week and do it well. Whatever you can do, make sure you're just consistent. Don't go for one day and then not go for 3 weeks, and then come for 2 days and not go for 7 days. All I'm saying is if you want to grow successfully, you got to be consistent.
Indeed. And by the way, it's still not old-fashioned, radio with a stick in the ground. I mean, I'm going to have nights where I can't make it, in which case I can run a rerun. And
or you tell your audience ahead of time, hey, I'm going to be taking a break. I've done that. When it was Christmas break, I'm like, guys, I'm going to be off for a couple weeks. So, we'll see you in January. It's okay as long as you tell them. But if you just don't show up, that's like a problem.
No, exactly. Now, one of the things I've discovered, besides once I do the program, I'm giving away everything. I don't mind. But once I do the program live, like I'm doing right now, I then download the MP4 file into the Podomatic, which is the only thing I pay a little bit for that. And I also pay a little bit for Restream. It's not expensive. It's a once a year payment. And that Podomatic puts the audio up on Apple. It puts it up on Spotify, iHeart, all these different sites. And then through the Restream, I'm able to put together a playlist of the past maybe 7 or 8, 10 podcasts, and that runs live. It runs as a repeat on all of my social network, including my own website. So technically I could be on 24 hours a day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's amazing. I mean, and I'm not savvy when it comes to tech. I really am not. I've never, maybe if I had been earlier, I might have gotten further, but I never really learned it. But even me as a kind of an old guy have figured out a few tricks about how to do these special things. So Amber, I want to ask you again, without giving away too much, how do you promote your podcast?
Networking is important. So I'm going to show you how to network. And one tip I will give you is make a list of 100 people you want to be on, and then make a list of 100 guests you want to have. And don't limit yourself. Even if, like, let's say you're in the tech world and there's this mega guy or this mega woman that everyone in the tech world knows and you want that person on your show, reach out. Because if you never reach out, it's an automatic no. If you reach out, there's a 50-50 chance they're going to say yes and come on your show.
Oh yeah.
So,
People love to go on
that's one of the keys is like making a list of anyone and everyone you would want on your show, and then make a list of the people you want on your show or on the shows you want to be on, and then you just start reaching out and start networking. That's one of the tips that I'll give you on this
No,
episode.
people like to go on podcasts. They want,
Yes.
especially if they have a book out.
Yes.
You go on. I mean, I'm the author of a whole ton of books, but you go on Amazon and you could look at books you're interested in that are just coming out. They want to get on shows. They're trying to promote their book. They could, and not only that, but if they come on with you, they then can promote you by promoting their appearance on your
That's
show.
right.
And they can post that on their social network, and their social network might be huge. I mean, it could be like, there's 100,000 people that are going to see it. And one of the little tricks, I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but Restream, which is what we're on now, I could have given you a link, or not the one I gave you, but some other link, and you could have run this interview live on your social network.
That's very cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some real stuff that's happening that you can do that's amazing. How do you make money?
Advertisers?
But that's hard. I mean, I haven't figured that out. I mean,
Then come to my course.
I'm going. You'll see me there. No, that's a tough one. And I mean, I make a little bit of money mainly because I'm an author, and I promote my books, and I get royalties when somebody buys a book. And I also use the books. And by the way, writing a book now is a lot easier than ever. If you're passionate about something, there's no better way to learn about it and to go deep than to write a book.
Oh, wow.
And you can do it. You don't need a publisher anymore because everything's online. I mean, like you and I both, you graduated from Arizona State. I'm going to Arizona State. They have an archive, they have a library link that you can get source material on just about any subject under the sun through their library.
Wow.
And you can use that information, footnote that information as part of your book. So if you're passionate about something and you really want to delve into it, doesn't matter what it is. You could be a mountain climber, you could be anything, a surfer, or you could be interested in a political issue or history. You can write a short book on it and get it published on Amazon. They do a great job. It's free. You can get a nice cover. You can put together your manuscript, maybe hire somebody for a few bucks off of Fiverr to do editing. I have a guy who's a Canadian high school teacher who does edits on my books. Cost me about $100. See, I'm giving away all my secrets. I don't mind. Then I download the manuscript. I download the cover, which I also get a guy from Fiverr to create for me. And you can not only get royalties for every sale, but it's a vehicle to get yourself booked on other shows.
Correct.
Right? I mean,
Yep.
you're good at this, Amber. You get yourself, you're booked here. I mean,
Are you doing digital books or do you do paperback books?
all of it. All of
Okay.
it. Ebook,
So I
Amazon.
didn't know Amazon does like paperback books.
They do.
publishes.
It's all
Right.
free. Electronic book, paperback, hardcover, even the voice book. What do they call that?
Audiobooks.
Audiobooks. I have audiobooks now.
Uh-oh. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now, Amber?
Yes, yes.
I don't know what the heck is going on. Anyways, maybe they're trying to sabotage me. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Anyways, but that's the deal with writing books. It's a wonderful thing to do. You should write a book, I would say. You have at least a couple of books in you, I'm sure. And you get yourself booked on shows. You could write a press release on a topic that has to do with your book. And I can't tell you, man, I've been interviewed by people all over the place. So
That's awesome.
yeah, so it's great fun. These are all interesting media things that anybody like a poor schlub like me sitting at my table here can do. You don't have to be, you know, going to a highfalutin office to do this stuff. Anybody can do it. As I said, it's very democratic in that way. It's the voice of the people. So, Amber, you do a great job of promoting your program and helping people, which is a great, great endeavor. Let my listeners and viewers know again how they can reach you and how they can get involved in your course and a little bit more about your course.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. The best place to go to find me is theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where my program airs, but most importantly, my podcast, like a pro course, is right there. So you go to the Amber May Show, theambermayshow.com, hit podcast like a pro, and then remember to use Charles at checkout. I go through some of the things that are going to make you successful because I did this from scratch. Remember, 9 years of not broadcasting, so I did it from scratch, and I wanted you just to get kind of a head start to where I didn't have to do. So, like all the things that I kind of messed up on, you can avoid all those things. I'm going to show you how to launch successfully. So that's really exciting, and I'm excited to help in this space that we're in because things are shifting, and I believe that we need to hold the government accountable to the people, but I also believe in really good content. So some of the stuff coming out of Hollywood is just garbage. And so I want to teach people, if you really have something you're passionate about, remember, I mean, you can do it now. You don't have to have this big Hollywood production studio. And I could show you how to do that with podcasts like a pro at theambermayshow.com. So I'm on Rumble, I'm on Podbean, I'm on a lot of other places. So if you go to my website, you're going to click on the button and you can find where I broadcast from.
Excellent. And I just want to wrap it up by going back to the original press release that caught my attention. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? What say you?
I say no. If you look at what the other side says, like just in social media circles, they're so overcharged. Like they're so upset. They think their world is collapsing because they're only getting half a truth. So they are not being fair. The media is not being fair to Donald Trump. I mean, the US aid should be a big red flag for everybody because, it just came out actually. Yournews.com reported on that the federal records reveal Politico and the New York Times received millions in taxpayer funding from
Oh,
the
yeah,
Biden
right. And some of
administration.
the stuff, and they lie about it too. They say, "Oh, it's going to end humanitarian aid." That's nonsense. The
That's right.
little bit of humanitarian aid that they handle, which is probably like 10%, that's not going to end. I heard Secretary Rubio talk about that. He said it's going to continue to be run by either by the State Department directly or by some reconstructed U.S. aid. The problem is that the majority of their money goes to very bad things
Hmm.
all around the world. I mean, overthrowing government, left-wing causes. You want to support left-wing causes? Write a check. It's not something that should be done by taxpayer money.
Right.
They even are involved, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but it's out there, in funding the Wuhan lab, which created COVID. Okay,
Correct.
enough
Correct.
said. I mean, it's not pro-America.
Right.
It's not in the interests of anyone, regardless of your political affiliation. So they're going to
So
lie
no, they
about it.
have not been fair. When you look at how they interview Donald Trump, it's very attack oriented, very attack. And when he gives the correct answer, they want to lie about it because they don't want to look like they're lying. So they try to fact check what the president or vice president says, and they do it in a very attackful manner. And so it gives the perception to their viewers that our president is trying to lie to them when in fact he's trying to reveal that the media is trying to lie with all these half truths. And that's even if they're doing a half truth, right? So
These things, they're complete lies, but you know something? It's not working for them. Trump knows what he's doing now. He's going right into it. J.D. Vance is tremendous. I'm glad he picked him. He's handles people very well in the media. Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, these are experienced media people. They know how to do it. You know, they know how to handle this kind of stuff. And I mean, those hearings, I mean, they sounded like a bunch of harpies the way they were.
Oh, the hearings were a joke. They didn't give the people that were supposedly being questioned any chance to speak. All they were doing was, where's the statesman in all of this?
It was
They hold a political office. You should be a statesman. I'm not saying you have to like Mark Rubio. You have to like Kash Patel. You have to like Pete Hegseth. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like his policies. But you could be there in a respectable manner and not just say all these accusations and never give the person a chance to respond. That was such a gross way of doing things that I'm tired of it. I need it to change. It's been going on for decades.
Yeah.
It needs to stop. Be statesmen. You guys are representing your state. Act like it. That's what I got to say.
It would be nice if they actually talked about a couple of substantive issues rather than just pure, mudslinging. And
that's all it is.
People are really sick and tired of it, and it didn't work for them this time. They came across very poorly, and they couldn't stop it. So I feel like maybe I'm baby pipe dream, but I do think that President Trump nailed it when he said that we're entering into a golden age, and that I think it's going to be in that position. We'll be in that position for a generation, possibly. People are it's a whole different paradigm, a whole different way of doing things. And I'm excited, I'm sure you seem to be too. So
I'm very excited.
Oh, yeah. So Amber, again, let my listeners know your websites, and I urge you to check this out. I will be doing so. Amber, please talk about that.
Charles, I had so much fun being on your show. I think we're very like-minded. I like the way you think and the questions you asked. And so your audience is blessed to be tuning in every day to your program. The way you find me is going to theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where I broadcast my show, The Amber May Show, if you didn't get it from the website. And while you're there, please head over to Podcast Like a Pro. If you've had a small inkling, if you're a pastor in the faith realm, or if you're in the DIY realm, or if you're in the news realm, go over to Podcast Like a Pro, and I'm going to show you how you can do what me and Charles are doing and do it successfully. And again, use promo code Charles at checkout to save some money.
All right. Thanks so much, Amber. I really appreciate you joining me. Let's stay in touch, and God bless.
God bless.
Thank you. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here, live at my station, at my website, and all my live streams, which this year I'm looking into expanding. I just sent a request into YouTube, I should note. YouTube suspended my account or canceled my account in 2001, where I had probably about at least 600 or 700 videos going way back. I've saved them. I didn't lose them. I lost my
I'm not sure if it was 2001. I think YouTube was founded in 2005. But
yeah, I'm sorry, 2021. Thank you.
But knowing you, they would have kicked you off before they even started.
Exactly. That would have been historic. So, I sent them a note noting that the two major issues that I was booted off with, which were questioning the legitimacy of the 2020 election, and medical experts who suggested that the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin was good treatment for early COVID, that these are no longer issues. Maybe they wanted to censor it back then, but, the Biden regime is gone. There is no more threat to having them recalled or having Delhi, nothing like that. So it's kind of irrelevant whether or not we talk about that now.
Yeah.
And secondly, the ivermectin controversy, even the CDC now admits that it's perfectly okay to use it as early treatment for COVID. So I asked them to reconsider this in the context of today. And I also mentioned at the end of the note that I want to test President Trump's executive order ending censorship to see if that's something that has any legs. So, we'll see what happens. But I think that I'm making the case that it's time to restore free speech. It's time to bring back freedom. And there's freedom in the air, I must say.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's kind of ridiculous that they clung to that, and included in that mess is the kicking all those people out of the armed services for the vaccine thing.
Oh,
And
awful.
it was, but as your viewers know, that went on for about 18 months beyond the time it was, if it ever made sense, which it didn't. It was 18 months beyond that, and it was private companies and so on, hospitals.
Oh yeah.
And
I couldn't get into my community college without showing an ID that I had the COVID shot, which I did, but unfortunately, I'm fine. But
yeah, well, I
but
mean,
the point to make is that it was over at that point. I mean, by the time Biden got into office, regardless of what you think of the vaccine, COVID itself was over. There was a mild case of it around. What do they call it? The something, the name for it, I don't remember right now. But it was
very Greek letter.
A mild strain. It wasn't the bad COVID. The serious COVID was over. So it was no longer, should have been viewed as a public health issue. It was political entirely. And the fact that men in uniform, men and women in uniform, would be not only kicked out of the military, but dishonorably discharged and lose their benefits. And I remember there were people, there was such a propaganda campaign. It was like classic Nazi-like, people like cheering this. Oh, they deserve it. They should be put in concentration camps. And now President Trump has signed an executive order reinstating all of them, reimbursing them for back pay, and issuing a formal apology. Thank God. This is why elections matter.
Oh, it's why elections matter. And this is why Biden pardoned this host of miscreants that were behind this. It's almost amusing to watch this unfold. All right. Lloyd Austin, who in my judgment was a DEI hire by Raytheon in the first place, became a DEI defense secretary. And he went along with every single stupid leftist precept that was applied to the military. And the Democrats have the gall to say, well, what are Hesget's qualifications? What are any of these idiots' qualifications? Robert McNamara had a resume to die for. How did that work out?
Well, actually, Hegseth has done 2 tours of duty.
Yeah.
That he would be the first defense secretary to actually have been literally on the front lines and in battle. I think that that's something that does stand him apart and makes him unique. Exactly. What the hell are they? They're talking about with qualifications. This is it's a good thing to see somebody who has some insights from the inside, rather than coming in because they're connected, they're a hack, or they've got money or whatever.
Well, that was, the problem is that's almost never been the case. You can go back, maybe you'd have to go as far back as World War I, where you'd find a significant number of generals that actually had combat experience before they were promoted.
I think the last one might have been Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah.
I don't know. It definitely goes. Although I will say that JFK as president had combat experience.
Well, yeah, JFK did, but the point is, MacArthur was passed way over by Eisenhower, who had little, if no, combat experience to become Supreme Allied Commander. There's a long and sordid history of desk generals, so to speak,
Yeah.
being heavily promoted, or in the case of Eisenhower, let's be honest, he was a big friend of FDR. I mean, he was more of a political guy, but the point is that it's really a first that you have a guy who's, God forbid, a war fighter who's in charge of this agency.
It's very exciting. I mean, these all of these people are extraordinary. Trump is I mean, this. I feel like I'm living in a time that's analogous to how Americans must have felt when Washington became president. You know, everything is like happening. It's new. You've got a president and an administration that is establishing entirely new ways of doing things, entirely new paradigms. Trump is simply fulfilling his campaign promises to the letter. He has now fired all of these federal employees that basically Biden had tried to stuff into the bureaucracy in the final months of his election so that they could do damage to Trump. You know, he's sort of salting them into all these agencies. I think that Trump, obviously this time around, he knows because he already went through it the first time when they did do this. They had, remember the Vindman brothers? I mean, these people were all put in there by Obama. They were like booby traps. They were little bomblets that would go off at the right time. Trump knows this now, and he is cleaning house. I mean, he's utterly banned the DEI bureaus that were put in by Biden. He's taking on all of these political people who claim they have, civil service protection when they don't, because they've been in there long enough. And he's ordering people. He signed an order ordering people to go back to work. And it's just incredible. I mean, I feel overwhelmed almost when I look at the news. I don't know which. You almost can't even concentrate right now. You hear one thing, and then I'm thinking about that, and then there's something else that's coming on, and then
it was like 56 executive orders the first day.
Oh my God! I mean, I think it was 100 orders, and it's just
and the other thing it showed on, Biden could have changed at the drop of a hat. Oh dear.
Do you need to take the call, Mike?
Hi, can I call you back? Thanks. Sorry about that, folks.
No, that's okay.
Too many things going on.
If you need to take a call, you can step away for a minute.
It's one of my old cliches is everything happens at once.
Okay, I get
you have all these guys showing up at the new house to do whatever, and it's all right now at the exact moment. Anyway,
but so Trump is going to have all of these booby traps and minefields that have been planted, and he seems to be handling it pretty well.
He's doing a great job. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Remember this quote bishop that gave that address? I mean, that was no kind of sermon. All right, here's the thing. People like Laura Loomer are saying, boy, how come Trump's people didn't tell him he was walking this minefield? He knew what he was walking into, and he went in there to just expose this crap. All right? We don't even have to worry about how far down the Episcopal Church has gotten that in their primary national cathedral, the clergy person in charge is some radical lesbian. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. But
it hurts them a lot more than anything. Plus, I noticed that after she made her pitch for child sex change surgeries and open borders, then she's I don't know if she has a PR person or not, but she's doing a national media tour.
All right.
And I watched her on with Rachel Maddow, which is probably the best site to watch for that kind of thing. And it's the same old thing. It's like they haven't learned anything. These are the same, don't they? First of all, they obviously don't believe in democracy, because if they did, they would know that Trump won the popular vote. But putting that aside, I mean, it didn't work for them. It didn't help them. And now they're digging in further. And it's just, becoming this diminished cult of bitter, hateful looking, sour faces.
So what you're saying is nothing has changed since Ethel Rosenberg, right?
Yeah.
They are haters. They're hardcore commies. Nothing's going to change them. It doesn't matter whether it works or it doesn't work. They have to die for the cause. And the cause is finding some way to divide people. And in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, it was more important to die for the cause than to be alive as a mother for her own children. They're all negative. There was never anything on the left that was ever positive. It was always about tearing things down, destroying things, and just depending on what the hobby horse of the moment was. In 1917 is we have to take down the czar, okay? In 1964, it was civil rights. In the early 70s, it was women's rights and workers' rights and transgender rights. It's all a bunch of garbage to divide people, but it always has this little bit of panache that we're doing something good, but no good ever comes out of it, does it?
Well, they basically leech onto what may very well be, in some cases, good causes. I think like the labor movement was a good cause.
Yeah.
And, the one and only area where I actually give credit to the far left is that they did help organize labor, and that's good. But they did it for the wrong reasons. They did it because they want to overthrow the society and use workers to further their collectivist goals, which are against the interests of workers. But nevertheless, in the process, it's kind of like they get something done. But here they are now.
I think it was
and it backfired on them because labor became very patriotic. Yeah. And of course, now they're against labor because they want to open the borders, which hurts the value of labor. And most people in labor unions voted for Trump for that reason. Even Bernie Sanders has admitted that. He said, I could find common cause with Trump on that one. But, the thing is that it's we're at a point where they really, and maybe I'm just, still having this incredible high from the election and watching these wonderful images and the inauguration and watching all of it. I mean, I feel like weeping over this. I mean, it's so incredible that maybe my feet aren't yet on the ground, but yet as I feel right now, I do think that their influence is diminishing in the real sense. I think that they are falling down and that they're not going to be able to get up for the rest of it for at least another generation.
Well, the reason it's falling apart is that there's a built-in tendency, no matter what it is they do, no matter what the cause is, they always have to jump the shark. All right? Perfect contemporary example. I don't believe in this transgender crap, but I'm certainly against discriminating against this person as an individual. Right. I mean, no one could argue with that. But what came from that was the men playing in women's sports. And this took on a whole life of its own. It is impossible for them to be clean with any single cause they ever do.
I think that would really damage them. I mean, right here in Massachusetts, we had Congressman Seth Moulton, liberal Democrat, as liberal as anyone, make a few mild remarks after the election against men and women's sports. He says, look, I'm the father of 2 daughters, and I am not happy with the idea of them playing soccer with men. And they came down on him like a ton of bricks. I mean, oh my God, he backed off. But the point is that, I mean, he wants to save his career. So then he votes against this, keeping men out of women's sports bill, even though he doesn't believe it.
Well, okay, but that shouldn't have surprised you. I'm sure it didn't.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I think that they they're really not winning. He was influenced by this small radical cult that started protesting outside his office in Salem, and also by this national and international agenda that continues to goose step along to these crazy and wrong-headed ideas. And I think that they're losing ground. People are. This isn't even a liberal conservative thing. I mean, people are fathers of girls. They don't want to have their daughter have her get a concussion.
Right, but the unifying principle here is the left hates women, hates families, hates children. How can someone, forget about abortion, how can you vote against the Born Alive Act unless you just hate children, hate people, hate society? And it all stems ultimately from the fact that it's a satanic, atheistic point of view, and it can't reconcile with reality. So that's why it's always burning up.
Yeah, how can they vote against the Lake and Riley Act? Do they want to have violent, murderous, illegal aliens have rights in this country and walk around? We just had, and by the way, speaking of another success, Tom Homan is doing the job.
Oh, yeah.
They picked up 300 people on the first day of Trump's term. Yesterday here in Boston, they picked up, I think it was 19 people, and there's a video of one of these guys, a Haitian drug kingpin who has 18 felonies counts against him. As the police are putting him in the paddy wagon, he's there. F Trump. We love Biden. Thank you, Biden, for all you did for me.
Yeah, right.
And the people in the neighborhood, predominantly black, are saying, thank you, Trump. And it was like, this is what their cause is? How do they justify not? And I think that Homan, the other thing is that he has a whistleblower. They are marbled throughout the government. They need to catch these people because somebody blew the whistle on his pending operation in Chicago. So he had to cancel it because it puts, officers at risk. I think that they need to get a handle on bringing that. If I were in Homan's shoes, what do I know? But if they find out who that whistleblower is, they ought to bring him in the office and say, look, we have the goods on you. We know we knew you dropped the dime here. You have two options. Either you turn in 10 other people in your outfit and we'll allow you to resign quietly and then you can go away, or we're going to fire you and we're going to prosecute you because you've committed a felony. You can't release information from inside government like that.
Well, this is it. Think about it, Chuck. These people are willing to die for a cause. All right. And the argument they always use, it's hilarious. Well, migrants, whatever that means, commit less crime than Americans. That may or may not be, but that doesn't change the fact that this Haitian drug lord was in the country.
Yeah.
And it only took 2 days for Homan to find these guys, because remember hearing all through Biden's term, we don't know who these people are. We can't find them. It would be too expensive.
Oh, no.
They knew damn well.
Homan is operating off of lists that are compiled by local police departments.
Oh, yeah.
And they're being very careful. Here in Boston, we have, I don't want to mention her name because I've got some personal issues, but she's a major liberal figure. She has said that they're going to make mistakes because they'll apprehend someone who's not, involved with crime, and they'll get deported. And this, that may happen. There may be some instances of that. But I think that they're going to have a pretty tight ship over there. They know exactly who they're getting. I've seen Homan interviewed about this. They know exactly where these people are, and they're quietly and methodically picking them up and then having them deported. And it's not going to be out the media. Homan himself said, look, they're going to find one case where they'll have some woman crying, and look at what they've done, and you'll have Lester Holt putting it up on the news, right? And he said, look at how about the hundreds of thousands of children who have disappeared? Why don't they show them? Why don't they show the victims of fentanyl, like my brother's stepson who died last year because of fentanyl poisoning?
Yeah.
You know, why don't they show his mother? Her life has been shattered. My sister-in-law. Why don't they show them? Why don't we see who really has been harmed?
Well, look, it's the same thing. That whatever good came out of these fires was what the deep blue ivory tower people in Palisades in Malibu finally hit them. Okay. And now they want the National Guard and they want the protection. Okay.
Meanwhile, there's video of Trump in the first term after a fire meeting with Gavin Newsom, and he's like, and I think Bill Maher made a reference to this. It's like, just because Trump says something, they won't do it because, it's like that's supporting the Trump and the right wing. And he's like, you have to rake the forests. You have to bring these trillions of gallons of fresh water from Northern California south through pipelines and aqueducts. We'll help you. The federal government will aid you. And Newsom is there like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, great idea. Thank you, Mr. President. Then he didn't do diddly squat.
Yeah.
Then nothing. Crickets.
No, he's a total clown. And what happened in LA, I mean, it took years. It was not overnight that the mayor became this lesbian DEI moron who actually ran against a guy who was pretty qualified in Rick Caruso.
Yes.
But no, this took decades for this infrastructure to be put in. And okay, hey, you had your way. You got all these leftist plants in there. As Dr. Phil would say, how's that working out for you?
Exactly. You have all these. This is why planes are falling out of the air.
Yeah.
You've got fire, uncontrollable fires. Her whole website. We are so proud of the fact that we've hired lesbians and that we're, it's like nobody. What about fighting fires, right? I mean, Trump is like, hey, we're going to have a merit-based system. He is doing it, and nobody can say a damn thing about it.
Well, I want people to know that this DEI in the LA Fire Department was going on for decades. They just didn't call it DEI. I had a very good friend who was forever a captain in the LA Fire Department. When he came in, he was one of the top young, smart guys. Hey, you know what? He just couldn't become a chief. Just wouldn't happen, because he's a white guy.
Yeah.
And that was it. And he was told that to his face.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was listening to Jeff Kuna this morning. He's in Boston, great talk show host. They can say stuff that I can't say because of YouTube. But he had a caller who said, look, I'm a high-level government engineer. He's a retired guy. Right. Said, I was working on a project for years and building it and creating this incredible thing. And just before we were to roll it out in the public, suddenly I'm demoted and a young Chinese woman is brought in as the head of the agency. And then when they rolled it out, she got all the credit. And it's like,
that's happening with every agency.
Yeah. And I'm just working there. I'm just a worker.
Well,
and the part of the campaign, look what we've done. We've hired a woman, a minority, and she's done these incredible things. She didn't do diddly squat. I mean, she didn't know anything about it. He actually had to teach her a little bit to help her talk about it.
Yeah, well, this has been going on for a long time. The other agency that got ruined is the Patent and Trademark Office. All right.
Oh,
that used to have, first of all, that was one of the few agencies in the federal government that actually made a lot of money, because you have to pay fees for trademarks and patents. All right. And they had examiners, generally were attorneys with an engineering background in the patent office. And a lot of these guys, you may not know this, that was one of the quote unquote Jewish agencies of federal government. IRS was one, the Patent and Trademark Office is the other.
The Jews are at the IRS. That's discouraging.
Yeah, that was
I
for
guess
a long time.
Yeah.
Well, what had happened at and GSA, by the way, was also Jewish agency.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
But
Jews have a history of being property managers.
yeah, well, what had happened in all those agencies? How can I put this? When I started dealing with the federal government back in the 70s, I would deal with Sid Goldstein. Then one change came. Then I started dealing with Viola C. Jones.
Ah,
Okay, guess the race on that one.
right.
And then after Viola, it would be an Indian person or a Chinese person with an unpronounceable name who couldn't speak English very well. All right. And I'm, again, I've dealt with these agencies since 1975. And so I've seen how this stuff has changed. And
no, it's definitely been creeping in for decades. And, it's sort of like a merit-based system, I think ultimately is going to mean that plenty of minorities and women are going to get great positions because they're good. But, the idea of putting someone in there, if you have a quota, it's not going to be because they're good. It's going to, and then there's incentives to do it. And we see the consequences. We see, as I say, wings are falling off of Boeing airplanes because of this, right? And you're in the sky, get a hole blown in your plane. This isn't an accident. These are done by people who are just not the best. And if there's one thing we could say about Trump, he does want the best, no matter who they are. He doesn't give a damn. Look at, Scott Bessent, he's gay, married, he's got kids. Trump doesn't give a damn. He wants the best. He's the best economist in Trump's opinion, and he probably is the best. He doesn't look at those things. Bessent himself made that point when he was asked about it in his, confirmation. He goes, yeah, but the point is that that's not why I'm being brought in here. It just so happens to be the case.
Well, there was another stereotype, again, early on in my dealings with the federal government that you don't see much anymore, and you'll get a kick out of this. And that was the spinster, all right? Every agency I ever dealt with, there'd be, in every office, there'd be at least one middle-aged, unmarried woman that would work 70, 80 hours a week. That job was, as they say, her life. And I remember vividly, and this woman worked for the Library of Congress.
Mm.
And I had an appointment to see her. She said, well, Mr. Shaw, can you come at 8 o'clock? I said, sure. No, 8 p.m. So, yeah, I'll come at 8 p.m. Why would you want that time? Well, everybody else is gone. And we'll be able to get into more detail and not be interrupted. And I found women like that at every single agency. Now, that started fading away a little bit, but that was one of the good stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because you knew if there was someone like that in an office, that's who you wanted to talk to because they knew what was going on.
They were dedicated to it, and it was their life.
Yeah.
It's like a nun or what I mean? Like,
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, and they're incredible people, powerful.
Yeah.
They run the, I think that those nuns run the church. Anyway.
Yeah, it's well, today I guess is the Saints' Day of one of them, Mother Mary Ann Cope, who people might be familiar with, Father Damien, who went and serviced the lepers in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, yeah, Molokai, yeah.
He died. Sister Mary Ann, or Mother Mary Ann, they called her because she ran this group of nuns.
Yeah,
took over. So yeah, there's always been a tradition of service, and it
it's
continues.
a great tradition, and people actually care about they're focused on their mission. It's I think that, as I said, Trump wants to get back to that. He doesn't give a damn. People, I remember, said, I think that Ivanka actually answered a question like, he says mean stuff to women. It's like, no, he says mean stuff to people, whether they're women or men. He doesn't give a damn. He treats people like people. It's not like he's, you know what I mean? It's sort of like an equal opportunity mean guy. That's just, he looks at situations. Years ago, and I urge people to do this, I can't recall the details, but I read the book, The Art of the Deal. And I think Trump played a lot of he was very involved in writing that book, unlike a lot of, famous people who really don't write their book,
Right.
like Bill Clinton or someone like that, or Obama. And
Especially Obama.
What?
Especially Obama.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we know who wrote that book.
Yeah.
But he really, you get that personality. Like he's like, this person is great, and it doesn't matter. It's like everything is based on who did something. It's like accomplishment based. And he loves to make deals, and he enjoys the process of making a deal. Speaking of deals, I can't confirm this. I heard this in passing. I don't know if this is true, but there's a lot of danger right now with regard to the internationalist establishment trying to suck Trump into some kind of a perpetual war in Ukraine. Trump has said in the beginning that he wants to have a deal and he wants to stop the killing. And that basically, as unpleasant as it is, Russia has, captured territory there, and that's that. Ukraine has to suck it up and deal with it. Whereas you have Zelensky trying to agitate. He wants boots on the ground from Europe and from the United States, more money, which is insane. But what I've heard is that Putin has agreed that he should come to the peace table and make a deal. But he put out several conditions, and one of them was that he wants to extradite Anthony Fauci to Russia to stand trial for COVID crimes. Now, when I heard this, I thought of your article, Michael. And I think, that would be like sending Mengele to Tel Aviv, right? It's like, really? That would be incredible.
Well, they sent Adolf Eichmann.
Who?
And, Eichmann was sent to
Tel Aviv. Exactly. But that's I draw a parallel between that and Fauci standing trial. I don't know if this is true. I heard this. I read this. I think it's a comment made.
Let me put it this way. There's a lot of people who want to get Fauci and are not going to be at all deterred by the pardon that he received.
Oh, I think that those pardons now are under serious question, including by a federal judge who has weighed in. I don't get his name, but that they're not really valid, because you can't just pardon someone for something they might do in the future, or if they might get charged with. A pardon has to be connected to.
Well, that's what I always thought.
Oh, I mean, there's one single exception to that, and that, of course, was the Ford pardon of Nixon. That's fine. He was a former president of the United States, and that he was pardoning him in a manner that probably today wouldn't have been necessary, because former presidents have a certain level of immunity from prosecution. But you can't just pardon people without them having, like, all those pardons that Biden, with 10 minutes left to his presidency, issued for his brother and his brother's wife and his sister and her husband. They're not valid because those people have not been charged with a crime. Yeah. They're not being prosecuted. There's no investigation of them. Now, maybe the Hunter Biden pardon may stand up because he actually was convicted of a crime. But the rest of this stuff, and Fauci and Milley, they don't have any legal standing. Even liberals are.
It's like an all-purpose get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I mean, even liberals are not happy with this. I heard even Jim Braude on NPR here in Boston, who is the biggest hater of Trump, and he's suck up to Biden for years. Even he said he didn't like this, and that to me says something. I've never heard him criticize anything. So I think that these investigations are going to go forward anyways, that Milley very well may be court-martialed. And the way to do that is for Trump to call him back into service and then have him court-martialed. And if they find him guilty of treason, I think he may face a firing squad and would deserve to.
Well, I mean, the whole thing was absurd. He was another one of these desk general types that got promoted. I don't know who he knew or what he had on whoever, but there's been so many of these guys over the years. You wonder how they got to that position. The military has a long way to come back from all this stuff, but I think it's headed now in the right direction.
It reminds me of, I mean, my late father was a big fan of Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know if you know them.
Yeah. The Major General.
Major General. He polished up the handle of the big brass door. He polished up that handle so carefully that now he is the leader of the Queen's Navy.
Yeah.
And then they had some wonderful satire. And at the end he goes, so they're asking me, how do you get ahead in the Queen's Navy? He's like, stick close to your desk and never go to sea, and you'll all be the leaders of the Queen's Navy. And then it's a great piece. I'm going to revisit that. There's some great stuff there. But this is how they do it. I mean, it's like, just polish up the handle of the big brass door and you get promoted, but not in Trump world.
No. Yeah, and you have to wonder why the left is so against bringing a warfighter in to head up the Department of Defense.
Oh, they despise the idea. Somebody who's actually going to look at, and none of the questions they asked Hegseth were dealing with philosophy of a military philosophy or. And by the way, Hegseth is a brilliant guy. He's graduated Harvard and Princeton. He wrote a book that is filled with military strategy. I mean, he's no dummy. He's very qualified. But all the questions were about his personal life, really kind of nasty. I mean, some of the, I'm sorry if this sounds sexist, and I don't mean it to, but the female senators were literally screaming at him. It's like, really? I mean, it was just bad. And
well, I mean, the latest thing was his ex-sister-in-law accused him of beating his wife, and the wife denied that.
The wife, not only did she deny it, and she's his ex-wife, so there's no love lost there, but she's saying she may sue this woman.
Yeah.
She's going to bring a lawsuit. I mean, she's apparently a radical Trump hater and a leftist, and the ex-wife of Trump's brother, and that this is being, and then you have this Congress Senator Jack Reed. They're trying to do another like Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
And he trots this out. It reminds me of, do they really think they're going to relive that one again? I mean, Kavanaugh,
I've been saying for a long time, they don't have anything. They don't have anything else. Before we knew that Kamala Harris was going to run, I posed a question to you, which there was no answer. Who do they have on the bench? They don't have anybody.
No.
If you're thinking, well, gee, maybe Gavin Newsom, what a clown.
No, he's gone. His future's, I mean, he's, after this, he was always, kind of a lightweight and just a hack. He's a brilliant liar. I've noticed that about him. I saw him on Bill Maher. Bill Maher really covers these things. And he could smoothly lie and with a silver tongue, twist something so out of proportion that your head is spinning and you forget the original question. Very, very skilled at that. But other than that, there's not much going on.
You have a state with nearly 40 million people. All right. There's a lot of talent in this state, frankly, both on the Democrat and the Republican side somewhere.
Right.
How this clown gets to high position, but he came out of San Francisco along with Dianne Feinstein, and everybody that came out of the San Francisco tradition were all these unlikely individuals.
Pelosi.
Yeah. I mean,
But how is it that California now, there's been a poll done, they still would vote for Karen Bass? We're talking now after the fires that are still going on. I mean, and you know, with her communist background, I mean,
what kind of poll? Okay, who
I don't
are
know.
you asking?
I don't know.
You know, there certainly are people on the left that are Ethel Rosenberg type haters. Okay, and you know what? We're going to vote for the commie dyke, no matter what.
No, I know people like that. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I mean, but I mean, I would imagine that she must have taken some hit amongst
Well, you
there's
got to
still some sane
understand,
people out there.
LA is a very large city, and I'm sure you could go into large portions of LA that you could find any number of people who would tell you, "Oh, those SOBs in Palisades and Malibu had it coming," you know, and the fire should have gone through Bel Air and Beverly Hills too, you know, and then taken the curb and gone down to Rolling Hills Estates and Palandsburg, you know, because
Yeah, right. And Brentwood, take it all. Sure.
Yeah. So it's just kind of the same sort of thing that's been going on. You're always going to find people that hate others, and I believe that's what you're looking at here.
But I think that their numbers are diminishing, I hope. And that's really how
I would hope so.
That with the advent of the golden age of Trump, and this is the biggest social movement to happen in this country since Reconstruction. You know, there are several social movements that have occurred in this country that have had indelible marks on our future and that lasted for generations. I was thinking about that this morning. I mean, obviously the first one is Washington, the establishment of the republic, and the generation that fought the revolution. I think the second one was Jefferson. The third one was Jackson, and I would argue Lincoln. I know some people, you know, he's gone out of favor, but it did lead to the abolition of slavery, and that it did create. On the less known part of Lincoln was that it was the beginning of the American system of Henry Clay, and the Transcontinental Railroad, and it was back to, you know, American putting its own interests first. And then I think that the two Roosevelts, I think, were both leaders in that, including Franklin. Personally, I think Kennedy was. I don't know. Some people, he wasn't in long enough. And Reagan maybe a little bit less so. But certainly Trump is one of those figures that has unleashed a whole new way of thinking, a whole new way of being. He has gone in and he's just doing stuff at a level that everybody is shocked how fast he's working. He's been president for 2 days, and it's like, it's all of a sudden, it's like we have a leadership again.
Well, I mean, the shock is that he could get stuff done, putting the lie to, you know, Obama is being hamstrung by the system. No,
Obama was just was part of the system. I know this sounds, I don't mean to sound racist here, and I'm not being, but I remember a commentator saying that Obama was basically Bush with a tan.
Yeah.
You know, it's like nothing changed. It was all moving along. This is the establishment, and certainly Wilson was not the head of a movement at all. That was an elitist coup. You know, they divided the electorate three ways and they installed him. You know, that is old. That's like the people that ran the Biden regime. But Trump really represents a major way of thinking that's changing. Even liberals, I mean, I think a lot of them are thinking a little differently now, even if they don't admit it. Obviously, we're never going to reach the Ethel Rosenberg crowd, but right. But even a lot of liberals, I mean, even some that I know, are like, yeah, well, you know, this is interesting. I mean, I think that
there seems to be tremendous optimism, and you're right. All but the hardcore hater left are just coming to realize that, you know, this was all crap, and what you learned in your Model UN class in the 9th grade isn't really the way things are.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over.
And you know, this is it. How dumb do you have to be? This is funny because I'm getting all this work done at the house. And here's the analogy. There's a guy that's got a pretty big YouTube site called The Lock Picking Lawyer. He's got about 4 million subs. Pretty decent sized YouTube channel. All right. His whole thing is he makes it look easy picking locks. All right. So I was talking to this guy today, the locksmith, putting some stuff for me. And we started talking about the lock picking lawyer. He said, it makes it look easy. And I said, well, you know, real life, most things aren't that easy. And he said, yeah, you're right. It isn't quite like you see on TV, you know? So there really is a change.
Yes.
In the air.
And this time around, Trump knows
people feel more positive, optimistic. Everybody wants me.
All right, Mike. I think I'm going to have to thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Mike. Be well.
Right,
all right, take care. Okay. So I just wanted to, before I sign off here, I wanted to briefly get into the business of the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol, because let me see if I can go live on TikTok. No, I can. All right, we're live on TikTok. I guess that TikTok has restored my live stream, so I'm going to just do a little live here before I sign off. I'm doing my usual live stream on Rumble, by the way, if you're joining me on TikTok. And we discuss issues of the day. Michael D. Shaw was my guest. He had to step out. He's got a lot going on, but I decided I'm staying on a little longer to talk about a few issues. By the way, you can join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. And I just want to talk about the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol building, and how that seems to be the only issue that the left and the Uniparty and the opposition to President Trump, people who lost the last election, that they think they may get some traction with. And I want to address it because the fact of the matter is that they're not going to get anywhere with that. From a conventional standpoint, President Trump showed compassion. He showed decency. I don't know if anyone's seen some of these videos of these poor men who were tortured for 4 years in prison. In one case, one of them had his eye knocked out and kept in solitary confinement, meeting his dear beloved baby daughter for the first time, getting out of prison. And the girl is like, Daddy is home. Made me cry. I felt like weeping when I saw that. These people were abused. This was a political, these hostages. I'm not saying they're as bad as the hostages in Gaza, but America had hostages. 1,500 people, not to mention people who actually had to do time and did a short sentence, people who committed suicide, like that Mr. Perno, young guy, committed suicide because he couldn't handle this horrible system that was prosecuting him. It's a terrible, terrible commentary on this country that this happened, that this Nazi-like jackboot approach to basically people who were doing nothing more than trespassing, and in many cases they didn't even know it, because the property of the U.S. Capitol was not clearly demarked on that day. They may have been standing on a piece of lawn that they didn't even know was part of the property of the U.S. Capitol, and people who went in were ushered in mostly by Capitol Police. And one of the reasons they didn't want those videos released, and they still haven't released all of it, is because it shows them walking between the felt, rails and looking at the artwork, and they really were acting like tourists. And they were let in. Nobody had any weapons, and yet they've been abused. I think that this administration in the past, maybe they thought they could get away with it because they were so sure that they had destroyed the MAGA movement and Trump, that they felt that this could be their, their ability to finally, make an example and scare people, which they did. I think that had a lot to do with why more people didn't come out for the Trump inauguration this time. Can you blame them? And also by shutting down the media, including President Trump's Twitter account, and Parler and other sites, they felt that they could control the argument. They felt that they had the upper hand in terms of censorship when they didn't, because people found other ways to communicate. And in spite of this massive campaign against President Trump, including attempts to shoot him, and they did shoot him, and bankrupt him and put him in prison for paperwork and bring up accusations that were ridiculous, he still won. Thank God he still did it. He did it with very little money spent, and they could not stop him. So I think that with all of these factors, we ought to put this event of January 6th in its proper context. Hi, Dominic. How are you?
What up, my guy? Charles, how you doing, my guy?
I'm good. What's up? Harry
How you doing?
Sisson for president? Seems a little soon to be running for president, I guess, but why not?
For president?
Yes, it says behind you.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Look, your background, it says Harry Sisson for president. Did somebody put that up there, or did maybe you did? I don't know. What's going on?
Charles, are you trolling me, Charles?
No, I'm looking at the screen.
You sure?
Yes, I am positive.
Do you wear glasses?
I see what I see. Listen, maybe somebody else has put that over you and you don't know it. But if you record this talk and you watch it back, you'll see that you have a big sign behind you that says Harry Sisson for oh, wait a minute, you're right. Maybe I do need glasses. Harry Sisson for prison.
There we go.
Okay. All right. I better get a new prescription. All right.
I was gonna say, I think we need a new prescription.
All right. I guess maybe I was fooled by the stars. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I think you're seeing something.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me today.
Here
Mike,
we are.
how are you?
Hey, it's it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Right?
Yes, indeed. It's a countdown toward President Trump.
Do you notice, even among the liberal environment that you're in, there's just a more positive vibe from everybody, even the real hardcore liberals?
Oh, everyone knows that the country bit a bullet. I mean, I think that everyone senses that, even the hardcore. As you say, I mean, our Governor Healy just did an interview with the Globe where she said that she plans to fully cooperate with the new Trump administration.
Whoa.
And a couple of left wingers and liberals are absolutely having a meltdown over this. But I think that the whole rotten, so-called resistance is crumbling. You still might have Newsom and you might have that fat guy in Illinois, but other than that, I think it's starting to just disappear. They're finally starting to move inexorably into the dustbin of history.
Yeah, and even with the case of Pritzker and Newsom,
yeah,
they're going to turn because the popular will just isn't with it, and I don't think even those two are going to want to die on the hill of whatever the hell the left stands for now, which I'm not even sure what that is.
Well, what are they going to do? Stand in the way of deporting criminal, illegal, violent gang members and drug dealers and, rapists? I mean, this guy just yesterday immolating a woman on a subway car in Brooklyn and sitting there, someone's filming it and he's there throwing gas on the fire. I mean, this was an illegal alien from Guatemala, by the way. And yeah, I just don't think that certainly Eric Adams is on board. So I think that the idea of opposing them being apprehended and deported is not going to be very popular. I mean, it's just, is that really the hill they want to die on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all started falling apart. The whole identity thing. I mean, good grief, if you saw any of the video between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, where she is just freaking out about how she believed all the BS. And then suddenly it's like it hit her like a stroke of lightning that her life has been ruined, not by the Republicans, but by the Democrats. And then Cenk Uygur was at something with Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah, Charlie, he was at the Turning Point USA event. And he's, exactly. I mean, he said, look, the conservatives and the Republicans are a lot more tolerant and generally a lot more friendly to opposing opinion than my side. And he's, there is, I think there's going to be a major cleaning of house over there. They're just, it is kind of like I observed before the election. It's going to be like the George McGovern loss of 1972. Right. I mean, they're going to have to really get their house in order, and it's going to take it could take a decade before they come back from this. And I mean, I don't think that Biden is going to really, he has a few more weeks of mischief. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. He's already commuted the sentences of some really, really bad people, and it didn't go over as being particularly humane. Now today he's commuting the death sentences of, I think it's 24 people on death row. And these are some of the worst, people. I mean, slaughtering children. I mean, really violent criminals. And I think, does he think this is going to be seen as progressive? I mean, I don't think so. And I don't think most liberals and progressives are jumping for joy over that either.
Well, I think what's happening is that it's being revealed that whoever controls Biden is the hardcore lunatic fringe of the left. Because if you wanted to write a recipe to get people to leave the left, you would do stuff like pardoning serial killers and whatever the hell he's doing now. Mm-hmm. So it comes down to, our little topic of before, this model UN mentality where, well, gee, this was my worldview when I was 13 years old, and I'm just freaking out. The world has to be like this. And it's all falling apart for those people. And I feel no sympathy whatsoever because I knew people like that, and they were able to create a fantasy life for themselves. In many cases, I'm thinking of one particular woman who would epitomize this whole thing. She ends up going to what was then called Radcliffe. She creates an academic life for herself and is able to live in this bubble the whole time. But the fact is, most of the others aren't quite as, quote, fortunate to be able to do that, and now are coming to the reality very late in life that this was all a crock. And I'm seeing this, okay? You go on ACSH, and this Henry Miller guy puts up an article, I could not believe it, arguing that the vaccine was beneficial to the nursing home people.
Oh my God, that's where did he come up with that BS? I mean, it's obviously not science.
You can find, quote, scientific articles for anything you want. It was
beneficial to them after Cuomo put COVID active people in the nursing home. Great, really, that's wonderful.
So there are some of the people that are just going to keep doubling down for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
No,
But
but they're
evidently-
becoming, it's a dwindling cult of haters,
Yeah.
basically. And, even, now that the Wall Street Journal has done an article that really has said what we've been saying since before the last election, and that is that Biden is seriously impaired mentally and physically, to the point where people surrounding him would keep him sequestered and out of the scene because he was having good days and bad days. I remember you said way back when that it's a symptom of sunsetting. It's a it's a mid to advanced stage of dementia, something we've all observed. They're now admitting it, and it does bring up the question of who was running the country and who was running the executive branch for 4 years. I mean, apparently he'd have good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, they just would cancel everything, and that he would basically have to have long naps. He would just come in, maybe he was cognizant for a few hours in the course of a day. I think he only had like a half a dozen cabinet meetings in his entire presidency. Yeah. And one of them was headed up by Jill. And he would have to have everything, the cabinet ministers would have to send their questions to him in advance for those, even for those meetings, so he could already have a formulaic answer, which he couldn't even do that. So, it's, on the one hand, it's pretty sad, but on the other hand, it's criminal that this would have been covered up. This should have been a constitutional crisis issue where he should have been removed from the office. I mean, they certainly talked about removing Trump from the office for 4 years every time he blew his nose. This is, I would think this is something that ought to be investigated. It does go to the level of criminal malfeasance and fraud.
It's criminal malfeasance, and you wonder what was the point. Okay, if this were a family member, it would be sad to see someone declining, but you would lose a lot of sympathy if that guy was a CEO of a business and was screwing up things right and left just to maintain this illusion that he was in control. It wouldn't happen. So,
well, that's right. And that's exactly what's happened. It's apparently what happened during the Afghanistan fiasco. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering the phone that day. Not that he would have done anything if he had been, but the whole thing involved a massive deception on the part of the people around him, including Harris, including Peppermint Patty over there, the spokeswoman, and all the rest of these people in Congress. Sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. Right? The talking head.
Okay, here's the thing, and you've been in media forever. All right, I can understand how all the rest of the mafia around him is going to be part of it, but I really don't understand how a guy like Joe Scarborough can say this is the best Biden ever. What was that all about?
It was obviously a complete lie, and he knew it.
But why do it is what I'm saying.
Just like they lied about the 2020 election, just like they lied about the J6 attack. These are all, that they lied about COVID. They lied about the vaccine. I mean, this is why Trump, one of the primary reasons, the basic reasons why Trump was elected. People got sick and tired of living in this context of lies. And it also shows that the mainstream media has completely jumped the shark. They've lost their relevancy at this point openly. Nobody believes them anymore. And they're still doing it. If you watch them now, now Elon Musk is now the president, is their latest.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is like, they just haven't learned. They're continuing to push, hoax after hoax. And I mean, I've been saying to some of these people in my Twitter, because I go back and forth, I say, look, it's one thing to go into the loyal opposition and criticize legitimate political positions, and even maybe to criticize personality, but to continue on this course of these, of these hoaxes and running them up the flag one after the other, it's a little late for that. You got to move on. No one's believing this anymore.
So why are they doing it? Are they playing to this hardcore subscriber base that wants to hear this? I mean, consider that Rachel Maddow, uh, at least before all the cutbacks are occurring now at MSNBC, was at a $15 million salary. All right. Apparently, there are people that watch her. Apparently, there's advertisers on MSNBC that think that's a worthwhile demographic. But at what point do they not see that it's all falling apart?
Well, I mean, I heard it was 30 million for her. I don't know, maybe 15. But the point is that I understand she's taken a haircut, and they've cut back, I think, 5,
Yeah.
and that those other hosts over there have taken cutbacks. They're losing money, and it's time to catch up to them financially. There's some rumors that good old Elon Musk is going to step up and buy MSNBC and replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer.
Boy, that would be something.
Oh my God, that would be a beautiful thing. But they're losing their relevancy. They haven't got their audience back. Even that nincompoop, what's his name, David Pacman, said right after the election that he's been doing this for, I think, 15 years now, maybe. And every year he grows. This is the first time he's lost something like 25% of his subscribers. Because people, even liberals, don't want to hear this crap anymore. It's all lies. I mean, why? And you're going to pay for it? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, and I don't think they're going to get it back. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what can they really do? I mean, they are kind of trapped in this hologramic-like atmosphere where they're just they're forced to be these cutout characters that mouth these cutout comments, and I don't see how they can put any substance behind it.
No, it's going to go down a spiral. It'll take longer than it did for St. Francis. For the viewers, he was in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, was a pretty responsible right-wing guy. But then somehow he discovered that he had a hardcore audience of people who were, no other word for it, white supremacists. That wasn't his particular belief, but he discovered that there was a big demographic for that. Mm-hmm. So he doubled down and made more content toward this white supremacy thing as opposed to just conservative stuff. And he just spiraled down, down, down. Now, he didn't start out from having X number of million subscribers like MSNBC, but it's the same thing. They're going to keep playing to the hardcore base until it just dwindles and it ends up being what they used to call little old ladies in tennis shoes.
Right.
Was,
well, maybe he got wrapped up into a particular ideology. I mean, that happened to Joe Sobran also in terms of his war against the Jews. He basically imbibed this ideology. It's a very attractive ideology in terms of answering all of the riddles of the universe.
Right.
And it makes things very simple and very basic. I mean, you could, once you
the Jews. Right.
Blame the Jews. I mean, E. Michael Jones is an example of that, right? He's embraced a very, very particular view that's been largely rejected by Christianity and largely rejected by the Catholic Church. And he has added to it. He's created this hybrid, and that everything then gets squeezed into it. Anything that doesn't agree with it is edited out of it. And it reaches a point where someone becomes dishonest. They become warped. And it's a sad thing, actually, in that case to see, because there is someone there who actually is a very pretty substantial intellectual who actually had a lot to say before he went down that deep end. And so, it discredits what is otherwise a great body of work.
Well, I've seen this happen a few times.
Yeah.
And in many fields, and it becomes, when somebody comes up with a unified theory of everything and they get hung up on it, it just doesn't work.
No, it becomes unreal because that's not reality. I mean, existence and morality actually has a lot more nuance to it. These are things that, suddenly they basically they're playing God at that
Yeah.
point. It's the sin of the Garden of Eden. They know everything. They know all good and all evil. And that, it's a form of idol worship. I know, I don't mean to claim that they're involved with some of the aspects around it.
Well, that's exactly right. And the trouble is that the people that tend to fall down this pit tend to be smarter people
Yeah.
that like the fact that they have an explanation. I mean, one that's current now. There is, and you have to be very specific here, vaccines and autism. Now, the connection isn't so much vaccines as it is the fact that when they were giving 40 vaccines back in the 80s and now they give 220, it might just be this assault on the immune system, yes, caused by giving so many vaccines, but it's not vaccines per se. So this has become a huge deal, RFK and others, and they're trying to hang their hat on this. Life, as you said, is not that simple.
No, and by the way, I mean, that's not to say that the Jews aren't annoying. I mean, you can criticize. I mean, Jews tend to think we're better than everyone else, and I get that it's irritating, and it's an arrogance that's we could do without, and it doesn't exactly result in good neighbors. So you can take criticisms that are real.
I have to tell you, my old friend died a couple of years ago, Vin Lewis, Catholic apologist. He said, "What is it about Jews that when you meet them for the first time, within the first 10 words of the conversation, they have to tell you they're Jewish?"
Well, it's this kind of, it is a smug sense. Yeah. And look, in fairness of criticism, you could say that it comes from Talmud. The Talmud is a bit supremacist when you study it. It's sort of like that's how the Jews survived 2,000 years without a country. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason for that. It didn't just happen by accident. There was this idea: we're a separate nation, we are better than everyone else, and we have to keep ourselves separate. Yeah. I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but it's an element that has preserved a Jewish covenant, which I think is overall good. And, it's kind of trying to create something where otherwise other people would disappear. I mean, it's the only case in history where a people have retained their identity without interruption from the time of Abraham till today. There's no other nation in the world that has done that. So, you have a little bit of an arrogance, maybe a little bit of smugness. And yes, it can piss people off. I get it. I mean, it pisses me off when I see this.
Well, I think where it might have started going sideways was when the Maccabees threw in with Rome.
Well, they did that from day one. I mean, the minute Judah Maccabee liberated Jerusalem and purified the temple and kicked out the Syrian Greeks,
right,
and began to, the first thing he did was send a tribute to Rome.
Yeah.
Because Rome was, that was pragmatic. That's like Israel throwing its lot in with the United States. Rome was the power was at that point becoming the main empire of the world. So he wanted to be on their side. That's a diplomatic, secular decision. But of course, the Talmud is critical of that. But I'm not sure that I think he did the right thing. Otherwise, they went on to create a pretty powerful commonwealth.
Oh yeah, I think it was the right thing in that the policy of Rome was to let all the little conquered peoples do their thing, right? Which was different from previous regimes,
which would wipe everyone out or ethnically cleanse. Exactly.
But that ended up having other problems. But
it ended up it backfired on them ultimately. But at the same time, they were able to buy enough time to create this incredible state that invented some things that have had positive impact on the world, like public education. Not
Yeah.
that it's a great thing today, but I'm just saying they implemented a system of education. They implemented a sort of a unified culture. They did get back to a belief in God and in Torah, and they rejected the Greek elements of the Greek secular state. And at the same time, they embraced other elements of it.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of, that's classic conservatism, to take a look at that which is good and embrace it, and then winnow out that which is bad.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, interesting history with that, of course. It would be nice to have this conversation now of your temple members, of all these hardcore liberals that you're surrounded by. Are you getting a different sense that maybe they're
it brings up
secretly happy that Trump won?
Yes, I do. And it brings up a question in my mind that could deal with anything. And that is, how do they know on election day how people voted? Like they always say, well, the Jewish vote was X, Y,